Good morning, everybody. Whether you're here at Prescott or listening to this on live stream, hopefully it's going around the world. And we're in for a great day of Midland Hillclimb Championship hill climbing. At the moment, we're running our second practice runs, and they'll take us up pretty much to lunchtime. And then this afternoon we have each car gets 2 competition runs up the hill, and the fastest 12 of those will take part in the runoff at the end of the day. So the Midland Hillclimb Championship you score points in your class, and at the end of the year the person with most points in their class wins the championship. So it's quite as likely that a Renault Clio will win the championship as the state-of-the-art hillclimb cars. It all depends how you get on in the class runs. So it's important this afternoon for everybody who's registered for the championship to do their utmost to get a really good run. Weather is slightly fickle at the moment, with a warmish, dampish drizzle, but it looks to me as if the hill is absolutely bone dry, so it should be okay. But maybe under the trees at the S's, it could the water might linger a little bit on the track, but let's hope it dries up. If you're listening to this in another country, welcome. We do welcome comments. Send us your messages. Tell us what you don't like. Tell us what you do like. And as those come up on the screen, I'll do my best to read them out. For anybody who doesn't know where Prescott is, if you're overseas, we're in a very pretty part of England called the Cotswolds, which is sort of in the middle and to the left. So we're near the town of Cheltenham, which has a famous race meeting in the spring, horse race meeting in the spring, and we're quite near the city of Gloucester. So that sort of puts you in the picture where we are. The hill is really interesting. If Richard can put a map of the hill up on the screen, we'll just quickly explain how it works. But in the meantime, now here we go. So there's the world, and we're homing in on the Cotswolds and Prescott. Nestles in a sort of valley between the lovely Cotswold Hills, and the course starts bottom right. As you can see, there's the start line, and there's a quick blast up to the timing beam at bridge, so we score the speed of cars under just past the bridge, and the top cars are doing something like 115 by the time they get there. They sweep into a long left-hander called Orchard, which is quite a demanding corner. Sterling Moss used to say it was one of his favourite corners in all the world, and then whiz straight up to right-hand hairpin called Ettores, named of course after the great Ettore Bugatti, because Prescott is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club UK. There's a slight downhill out of Ettores, and then a blast straight along and up into Pardon, a left-hand hairpin, with all sorts of arguments about the best way to take Pardon. Great champion Roy Lane used to say the quickest way around Pardon is about a metre in from the left-hand edge of the track, but all sorts of people have all sorts of different preferred ways of taking it. Then along the top, it's some people say the top's straight, but it's not straight at all. It's a sweeping left, a sweeping right, which sweeps you into the S's. And the S's are very challenging because you arrive at pretty high speed, and there's a sharp left, a swerve right, and an even sharper left out of the S's at a corner that we call Tom Rolt Corner, named after the great Tom Rolt, who discovered Prescott in 1937 and was a great author, responsible for resurrecting the canal system in this country after the deprivations of World War II. So we owe great debt to Tom. From Tom Road Corner, a rush straight ahead into semicircle, slightly uphill. You're staring at the sky pretty much. Semicircle is a sweeping right-hand 170 or odd degrees with a drop-off on the outside that looks a bit daunting, but actually is not really scary. Lots of people do go off there and come to a fairly gentle halt on the grass outside semicircle. Then 60 or 70 meters rush to the finishing line. We do have a return road, so we don't see cars coming back down the hill like we do at other hill climbs. So that's how Prescott looks. The record was broken in September last year and broken by quite a margin on a famous day, and stays at 34.65, which is very quick. So we're looking at cars in class number A3, road-going series production cars. We're looking particularly at number 45, which is Stephen Moore, who's the last runner in this class in his Mitsubishi Evo 6. Hugely powerful. Evos can be developed to produce something like 600 or 700 horsepower, always four-wheel drive, great rally cars. And the time clicks away at the bottom of the page, and so Stephen's time 47.34, 47.34. Next up on the line is 7.39. He's actually a late entry. I believe it's Phil Derbyshire in the Mini Cooper S, built when Mini, of course, belonged, as they still do, to BMW. They've done a good job, BMW, with Mini, really developed the brand. Some of them are now quite big, they're not Mini at all, but they've got lots of room and they're well built, comfortable, quick enough, particularly the Cooper S. So Phil Derbyshire navigates the Taurus successfully, a little bit of downhill and up into Pardon. He adopts the Roy Lane mantra of a metre or so out from the inside edge and heads through the swerves along the top and dives into the S's. Lots of adventure always in the S's. It's a very tricky series of corners. And then out of Tom Road and up to semicircle. We've got Ray Law on the hill, number 50, kicking off Class B, road-going specialist production cars. Meanwhile, Phil Derbyshire, 61.58, 61.58. Quick glimpse of Ray Law. Here he is in a Caterham 7 Super Sprint. We've got a Caterham Championship class here today. Lots of varieties of engine and all on the Caterham 7 chassis. Developed, of course, from the original Lotus 7, which I think Colin Chapman launched in about 1959. So in basic form, this car has had a long, long life. Ray Law's time we've got 40, where's he gone? 49.24. Peter Lethbridge heads towards the finish in his Caterham with a 1700cc engine and records a 52.07. He's followed by Anthony Shearman in a Caterham 310R. That's one of the special extra quick ones. And he was quick off the start. You can see on the screen that we have a time at 64 feet. And when it all goes quiet, I'll explain what that's all about, although probably most people know by now. So Anthony Shearman records a 50.29, good time. We're following Timothy Higgins, slight lock of one front wheel into S's. all sorts of different views about the best route to take through the S's, whether you take a wide sweep into the final left-hander or cut it close in. Tim Higgins was a wide sweeper, and it's resulted in a 50.16. What route does Steve Garner take? Is he a wide sweeper? Oh, yeah, sort of intermediate, but leaves plenty of room on the outside when he exits the S's, hugs the bank at the semicircle and records a time of 46.58. That's a good time. Now a well-known car that's been competing in hill climbing for a good 20 years, maybe more. Car and driver combo of Andrew Russell and the Ginetta G15 with its little Hillman Imp engine at the back, sticky out at the back, but it's such a light engine. It was developed from a Coventry Climax engine that it doesn't have too much of a pendulum effect at the back of the Ginetta. Ginetta's gone from strength to strength since this car was built, but Andrew, always competitive, always beautifully prepared car, 51.6. He's in class C1, modified series production cars up to 1400cc. Who have we got? We've got Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova. Great way to start hill climbing in a hot hatch. Novas are very popular. Peugeot 205s, Minis as you've seen. And they're quick. Will Phil get under the 50-second mark? He does by a margin, 48.4. Good run. We're watching Ian Sargent in this extraordinary Opel Tigra, much modified, small back window, very lightened bodywork. He sweeps, giving the Armco plenty of respect. There was a Vauxhall Tigra. Of course, Vauxhall and Opel were part of General Motors Europe. And Ian finishes with a 58.68. Now an Aston Martin. This is the hill climbing GT4 Vantage Aston in the hands of Andy Fraser and later Tim Painter. They've been developing this car for the last couple of years, trying to remove as much weight as possible. So their first Vantage was based on the GT4 circuit car. This one's much lighter and records a 51.36. Into Porsches with Duncan Andrews 3.9 litre Cayman, which has been much modified. It has an immensely powerful engine. Let's see, he'll be in the mid-40s. Brilliant run, 45.89, good run. Richard Jones, his Porsche 911 is a really early one. The pure early Porsche 911 career, a bit like the 2.7 RS, which was built in limited numbers, was very quick and is now hugely valuable. It's nice to see an early 911 before they sprouted wide wheel arches and things. But nevertheless, it's quick. To get to semicircle in the 43s isn't bad at all. Let's see if he can get under the 50-second mark. He can, just 49.56. Now from elderly Porsche to much younger Porsche in the hands of Pete Turnbull, 997 Cup from, I would say, late 80s, mid-90s. 3.6 litres, the flat 6 at the back got progressively bigger and bigger. I think the biggest capacity 911 engine is about 4 litres. And of course they became water cooled. The early ones were air cooled. I think this was one of the early water cooled cars, but anyway, Pete's recorded a good time of 47.37. Back to Caterham's with Joy Hoyle, long-term Caterham driver. She's running slightly out of class because it's a shared car. Sharing this car with Ray Law, who did a 49.24. She'd be equally quick, I suspect. Ooh, slightly wide passage through Pardon. The hands of Price. Joy has finished with a 50.21. Price rounding semicircle, hugging the inside line of the exit to record a good time. Wow, 44.68. 44.68. That's a storming run. I'll tell you the record in this class, though, is in the hands of Ash Mason. And Ash will be running very shortly. He's not racing forward, but Ash's record is 41.18 that he achieved in September last year. Really excellent. But Mark Scott is quick as well. This isn't a Caterham, this is a Dax Rush, which is a kit car, looks a bit like a Caterham. But Dax made all sorts of different kits. Four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, rear engine, front engine. And he records a 49.51. Phil Cook in the S's. Caterham Superlight with a 1600. And rapidly round semicircle. This will be a quick run. It's a 45.54. Good one. Here's the record holder. This is Ash Mason. Was a serious engineer at Bentley Motors, looked after all their classic race cars, including the Le Mans cars, and often drove them at events like Goodwood. Someone's got to do it. We've got a time for Phil Cook of 45.54. Now, I don't think Ash will get near his record today. Well, he's not far away, 42.61. That's a brilliant run, 42.61. We haven't seen a sign of Andrew Griffiths in a Caterham with a Hayabusa engine. Meanwhile, we've got an interesting car, the RCM with a Suzuki engine in the hands of Mark Puddle. In Sports Libre, up to 2 litre HillClimb Super Sports cars. That's Class F. And Martin Watts we'll see fairly soon in a Silver Riot. 1 litre, I guess, could be a Honda Blackbird engine. Here he is. Meanwhile, Mark Puddle heads towards the finish. Keeping an eye on Martin Watts at the moment. What's happened to Mark? The clock is still running. I hope he's okay. $74.97 for Mark Puddle. Doesn't seem something must have gone wrong. Meanwhile, Martin Watts in the Silver Riot. 49.86. He'll be pleased to be up to the 50-second mark. Here's a classic Mallock Clubman's car. This one's been hill climbing in the hands of all sorts of people and families for a long, long time. It's always beautifully prepared. It's a proper Clubman spec with a 1700cc pushrod engine, front engine of course, We used to have a lot of Clubman's cars. They had their own class on the hill, but now I think we're down to just the one, maybe a couple more. Here's Tim Painter in the Aston we saw before. Meanwhile, Robin Nicholson in the Mallet, good time, 47.32. 47.32. How does Tim Painter compare with Andy Fraser's 51.36? We shall see very shortly. Straightens up the S's as much as possible, taking a fairly wide entry into the exit, the left-hand exit from the S's. It's 43 into the semicircle, so it'll be a pretty respectable time. 48.78 isn't bad at all. This is an amazing car that Bob Penrose is driving. 7.3 litres of Chevy engine in the Pilbeam MB92, which was unique. I think they built one more along the lines of the Le Mans cars that Mike Pilbeam built for the 24 hours, but they had space frames. This one's got a carbon fibre tub because the original owner wanted, specified a proper carbon fibre tub for safety reasons. And Bob is getting the hang of this car, dealing with all the 700 horsepower, to record a 47.82. This is a rare car. This is Robin Johnson in the Holden Commodore with the 6-litre Chevy engine. Sadly, they've stopped, I think, building cars in Australia, both Ford and General Motors, and so the Commodore was the sort of last gasp to wave the flag from Holden. He's recorded a 59.16. 59.16. TVR Chimera in the hands of Mike Luck. This is the series car for the TVR race series, the Tuscan race series, which raced with their own an AJP engine, but most of them have been converted back to have the Rover engine, and Mike's is a 5-litre Rover engine. And he's followed by Alan McDonald in this extraordinary Mini Evo that is mostly Evo and very little Mini, apart from maybe one of the door handles. But underneath that is a Mitsubishi Evo, and so it's 4-wheel drive. It's immensely powerful. Actually, it's looking very smart at the moment. It's sometimes bears the scars of age. We've got a time for Mike Luck of 46.52. That was in the Chimera, 46.52. He was followed by Alan McDonald in the Mini Evo, who was quicker with a 44.19. Where are we now? We are with Tom Price. We had a glimpse of Graham Lokes in the Lola with his Porsche engine, who recorded a time of 44.98, and Tom Price has just recorded a very quick time, 42.67. That's brilliant. Graham Lokes, his time 44.98. Joe McCrell in the Commodore again, but we move on to single-seaters with David Tatham driving the OMS Hornet he's sharing with his brother Peter. And this is racing cars up to 1100cc. We used to have a separate 600cc class, but they tended to peter out, and these in this class today, they're all about the 1 litre mark. OMS produce very quick little hill climb cars in Yorkshire, and David's time 40.76. That's pretty good. Richard Weaver was having trouble with the gear change yesterday, electronics problems. He's sharing it, of course, with son Tom. This is a car that's new to them both, and they're both loving it when it works. It seems to be working nicely now. So really, they're still getting the hang of this car, getting used to the incredible turning in and road holding that it achieves. Let's see how Richard gets on. He'll be in the low 40s, and it's a 43.87. Fine, 43.87. Rob Clark rockets off the line in another Empire Evo. He's had this a year or so, I think, and he's really enjoying this. He previously competed in a Renault Clio, so it's quite a jump from a Renault Clio to an Empire Evo with the 1-litre engine. But he's A, enjoying it greatly, and B, really getting the hang of it. Let's see how he compares with a similar car in the hands of Weaver's father and son. Nice line, using all of the road at the S's, and 41.71 is the result. Now then, Mark Schlenker, always quick in this force. A number of new little manufacturers of hill climb cars, starting with Pilbeam, of course, OMS, Gould, Force, Empire. Really, it's a new face of hill climbing. Tiny cars with bike engines, many of them, particularly the Hayabusa engine, has really revolutionized hill climbing, both in terms of cost and speed. Mark, 43.44, 43.44. Nigel Pitt's quick, and Nigel is in another OMS. Steve Owen, up in Yorkshire, produces, modifies, improves, brings new models out every year or so. Some of them with space frames, this is one. Some with carbon fibre tubs. But Nigel, 42.72, not quite as quick as Bob Clark, 42.72. Gavin McLaren with another OMS. This is an early one, the 2000. Still bike engine, motorcycle engine laterally across the frame behind the driver, driving a chain to the solid rear axle. Wow, nearly overcooked it on the way into the S's, managed to recover it very skillfully, and heads up to the S's to produce a respectable time of 44.19. Now then, Clive Austin in the Empire race. Look at the aerodynamics of this guy, it's just incredible. Partly designed by Willem Toet, who was chief aerodynamicist at Ferrari, then at Sauber. I think he's on his way back to UK. I'm not sure who he will be with when he comes back. Clive's had this car for 3 years or so. He's had a couple of problems with the engine. One of them failed at, started misbehaving at Shelsley at the end of 2020. Then this one's been on the dyno and unfortunately blew up on the dyno, so still not exactly right, but nevertheless, Clive, 41.03. Excellent time, 41.03. That strides it. No, it doesn't. David Tatham still has the lead at 40.76. What did Gavin McLaren do? This is Penrose Pilbeam again, this time in the hands of Robert, Bob's son. Good competition between father and son. Bob did a 47.82. What can Robert do? Oh dear, a neat little spin. No harm done, but ends up pointing the wrong direction as Gilles Villeneuve used to say, if you ain't spinning, you ain't trying. That's how you find the limit. And Roberts found it. But fortunately, not a scrape of the Armco. And I suspect that he will gently go back down the hill and into the paddock again. But that's a failed run, sadly. So while it's quiet, well, relatively quiet, we've got the Holden on the line. For those of you who have not been to hill climbing before or to Prescott before, let me explain the significance of the timing beam we have at 64 feet from the start. 0 to 64 feet in 2 seconds relates exactly to one force of gravity. So the acceleration that you get if you are 2 seconds to 64 feet is just the same as you get if you jump off the diving board into the swimming pool. And it's a significant element in producing a really good time. We have seen, I think the quickest I've seen is about 1.7. But we had a couple of starts yesterday at 1.9, which is very quick indeed. Let's see this afternoon, well, this morning as well, how we get on with the big cars. The start line is nice and dry, as you can tell by the speed with which the Holden sets off. 2.63, 64 feet. Now timing beam after the bridge, 63 miles an hour for Joe Mackrell. Joe is extremely experienced driving all sorts of cars, but I've not seen him in a Holden before today. Nice to see. He's sharing it, of course, with Robin Johnson, who did a 59.16. So they're still feeling their way in this big bruiser, but they're both very experienced drivers. Having a bit of fun with a big Chevy V8. Single seaters again, Formula Ford, Caroline Ryder, the Van Diemen from 1986. Time for Joe McCall, 58.46, 58.46. I beg his pardon, it wasn't Joe McCall. Yes, it was. Okay, 1-2-1, we're into Formula Ford racing cars. We've seen Caroline Ryder, we've now got Carol Nichols in the Nike, named after her dad, Ken Nichols, who produced lots and lots of space frame chassis down in the West Country, and he was Carol's father. He was still working and still producing chassis when he finally slipped off the twig. Carol bought the car a few years ago as a memorial to her dad, and she's completed the course in 57.76. Caroline Ryder's time was a 50.82, good time. We got Les Bach in the well-known Pringle Mistral, Mr. Pringle and Mr. I can't remember the ETT. They made 14 of these cars in the heyday of Formula Ford. 51.09, that's a good time for the Pringle. In another Van Diemen and finishes with a 50.36, is not a good program. But who is in your program is Peter Tatham. We saw David do a fantastic time, 40.76. This is a real fraternal battle, and Pete is extremely quick through the S's. Spreads the OMS Hornet to record a 39.85. 39.85. Terry Davis in the Reynard Formula 3 from 1991, but with his own V8 2-litre engine, which Terry produced. It's a concoction of two 1-litre motorcycle blocks and cylinder heads on a common crankcase, beautifully engineered, and Terry has made a series of these engines, and they're easy to run and nice and powerful. It records a 41.53. 41.53. As you can tell, we're no longer in Formula Fords. And Terry is number 941. He's actually in the up to 2-litre class, normally aspirated, and produce a time of 41.53. Jones in his Empire Evo, but with a 1600 engine, 42.14. And here's Terry Graves back hill climbing with this DJ. Well, it's a Gould DJ, so it's a mixture of Gould and DJ. It's a Gould GR55, but with an XD, a Cosworth XD engine, which is the ex-Indianapolis engine, masses of power in Indy form and qualifying well over 1,000 horsepower, but that's on methanol and turbocharged. On petrol and not turbocharged, only a mere 600 or 700. But it's a 41.59 for Terry. Beggars pardon for Tony Hunt, of course. We're watching Gary Hill, OMS 2000M. Gumley is always quick too. What was Tony Hunt's time? It was a 41.59. Darren Gumley, good run, 39.05. 39.05. Now then, Tom Weaver sharing with his dad. Good competition between the two of them, very closely matched in time up the hill. Empire Evo, it's not the ultra aerodynamic one like Clive Austin's. 1-litre K8 engine. Richard's time 43.87, much quicker for Tom, 40.61, good run. John Stockley in a Force 1600 Hayabusa engine, again sideways across the frame behind the driver, chain drive to the back axle. Get into the 30s. Well, neatly navigates the S's. No, it'll be low 40s. 42.53. Robert Capper on the hill. And Robert 91 off the bridge speed trap. That's very rapid, that's good. Empire Wraith again, you see, similar to Clive in shape. John Stockley 42.53. Robert in the S's, using pretty much every inch of the road coming out of the S's. We'll see him round, semicircle, not quite hugging the apex, but a good time, 40.34. Now Mike Tregoning up from Cornwall in the Pilbeam with its Duratec engine. Pilbeam is still producing racing sports racing cars, and born in Lincolnshire. Mike was a great engineer and designer for BRM. Gorning finishes with a 44.64. Now Jonathan Varley is quick in this unique GWR Predator. Only one of these was built. It started with a Formula 1 Arrows engine. It was endless trouble. Now it's got a beautifully squeezed in 2-litre Terry Graves engine. And Jonathan's 37.91. How about that? 37.91. Alex Coles in the Van Diemen. Go back a page of the program to number 120. He's sharing the car with Caroline Ryder, who did a 50.82. What can Alex do? I think he'll be a bit quicker. He is a 47.33. Interesting car on the hill. Tony Cotton in his Delara. Ex-Formula 3 from, I think, the year 2000. 2-litre again. I'm not sure what engine Terry's got in this. I think it's a Vauxhall, but So Tony finishes with a 46.27. We've still got some cars to come in Class K1, but in the meantime, we move on to racing cars 1600 to 2 litres with forced induction, i.e. supercharged or turbocharged, kicked off by Ian Tucker in the OMS 28, which is the current, I think the current model of OMS. 2.17 for a nicely controlled start, and 71 miles an hour after the bridge. Tucker and Pardon hooks the inside verge along at midway and zooms into the S's. Neatly down, very precise line, not using all the road out of the S's. This will be in the 46s, I think. 45.67. 45.67 for Ian Tucker. Richard Alexander in the Force, another leading manufacturer of hill climb cars, the Force PC. 1300, I guess, turbocharged. which gives you something like 400 horsepower out of a 1300 engine, which is almost unbelievable for old fellas like me. 45.35 for Richard Alexander. Bernard Kevill having great fun in another MS-28. This car is powered by Terry Graves' first V8 engine, the 2.8 litre, a couple of 1400 motorbike engines glued together, and Bernard, of course, shares this one with Simon Andrews. Have a lot of fun. 41.22 for Bernard. 41.22. Now Terry Graves sharing with Tony Hunt in the Cool DJ. How Terry gets on in the S's. Gould GR55 held the record at Shelsley Walsh for a long, long time in the hands of Martin Groves. And Terry produces a 41.66. Now John Cottrell in a Dallara, well, it's mostly DJ it's been much modified by DJ. But again, it's got the Indy engine, the Cosworth XD. But John, has he got a problem? Has he slowed? Doesn't look as quick as it should be. On the line, we've got Sandra Tomlin. We'll talk about her and her car pretty soon. But in the meantime, John, I think, is struggling. He'll get to the top. It won't be anything like competitive time. Sandra in the Pilbeam MP97 with its 4-litre Judd engine that she and her son Oliver have shared for a number of years. Pilbeam MP97, state-of-the-art hill climber in the late 80s, early 90s. And in complete contrast, when we see it, we've got the special sand race with Guernsey in the hands of Scott Racing. Here he is. What an amazing vehicle. Big 6-litre Chevy engine, long wheelbase. Scott doesn't know it's spinning until he's facing the other way. Sandra, 44.14. Let's watch Scott. He was amazingly quick in this car. You'd think you wouldn't be able to thread it neatly around the corners, but my goodness, it's quick. And we're watching Matthew Ryder off the line, 2.16. Scott's time 1.88. Now, this car is the current. This is the current record, but it's the previous record. Here at Prescott in the hands of Sean Gould. Early part of the season, Matthew was sharing this car, and in fact Sean Gould is going to come back. He damaged his shoulder in Portugal at the end of last season, so generously this car in other hands this year, but Sean's going to come back. 37.12 for Matthew, 37.12. Now we saw Terry Davis in the Reynard. This is wife Tricia, who's always quick. She looks after spares for the Bugatti club, the Opel Marshalls. She's a great enthusiast and a great driver as well. Really enjoying the power of this Terry Davis engine. So Matthew, 37.12, that's a sort of sighting lap. See how he gets on. Here's Rob Anscombe takes off the line. We'll see him very shortly, but let's just watch Tricia finish her run and records a 43.66. 43.66. Rob Anscombe is relatively newly acquired at the end of last year. Empire Evo 1600 Hayabusa. Slightly bumpy run, semicircle, but a good time, 41.72. 41.72. Anscombe. Now we're into historics. Andy Tippett in the beautiful Brabham BT30X, a unique Brabham built for Formula One, particularly for the era when wings first came in, and they came in on the end of long sticks. And if you look at this car in the paddock, look at the front suspension upright, and you'll see a hole still in the chassis designed to hold the stick to hold the wing. But it never raced in Formula One. It was found sort of lingering in the back of the Brabham factory, gathering dust, and Jack said, well, you can have that car. I'm trying to remember the name of the person who bought it from Brabham, but it was fitted with a Coventry Climax engine, and subsequently acquired a V8, the Buick Oblique Oldsmobile V8, that eventually became the Rover engine. Time for Andy Tippett, number 171, was a 46.08. So that was, we got three cars. We got three cars in the classic 372 class, but in the meantime, we go back to a shared car in the shape of Simon Andrews, sharing with, of course, with Bernard Kevill. And neither of them exactly spring chickens, but they're enjoying very much sharing this car and having a lot of fun with it. OMS 28, it's an up-to-date OMS chassis with a fiberglass with a carbon fiber tub, of course, 2.8 litre Terry Graves engine, the first one he produced. What did Bernard do? He did a 41.22 needle match between the two of them. So it's 41.22 that Simon will be aiming at. And it's a 40.63. Good time, 40.63. We're into Caterhams. Kicked off by Paul Boston. So we've got a big class of Caterhams having another round of the Caterham and Lotus 7 Club Speed Championship, which I think they have 16 events through the season, and I think your best 6 events score towards your place in the championship. It's divided up into all sorts of classes depending on engine capacity and tyre choice. So I think we'll see them progressively getting a bit quicker and quicker. 51.99 for Paul Boston, who's sharing with Rebecca. Malcolm Hickey, 1800, which I guess will be a K-Series Rover engine. Should be a bit quicker than Paul, let's see. No, not quite, it's a 52 seconds exactly. That's Malcolm Hickey. Elwell, a Superlight with 2-litre engine, using every inch of the S's until the final exit, which he hugs fairly tightly. 42-ish in semicircle, makes quite a quick run. It's a 46.52 for Sean, number 684. and now it's Stephen Long. Amazing what a success the original Lotus 7 leading to the Caterham 7 has been. Fantastic, but Caterham have tried all sorts of different developments, including a car called the Caterham 21, which was an all-enveloping body, but they've never been successful. They're stuck to or gone back to the famous recipe of the Caterham 7. Oh, he's almost into the kitty litter at Pardon. Luckily, it'll be a red flag, but luckily safely out. He might have to stay there until the marshals give him instructions what to do. No harm done whatsoever, except to his pride, and that's Nigel Pullen. So Charlie Wilson in his 1600 Caterham will be red flagged. And I'm going to take this opportunity to hand over to co-commentator Peter Hughes. Keep you excited and up to date on all the action. Peter.
Well, thanks very much, Chris, for your commentary to date, and we just have the car that ended up in the gravel just making its way back down the hill, and then we'll be getting the second practice runs back underway. Caterham and Lotus 7 Championship was with us yesterday as well here at Prescott, and produced some interesting action. It's a very competitive championship, very popular championship as well, as is apparent from the large entry list. So I think we might have had one car whose run was stopped because of that incident. We'll get a rerun, but on the line at the moment it is 513 John Clark in his 1600cc Caterham 7. And the red flags are now officially in, so we can get the action back underway. And away goes John. A little under 2.5 seconds for to the 64-foot mark, and 1 mile an hour off 60 under the bridge. So that challenging left-hander into Torres around the hairpin, and then on up towards Pardon. Plainly around Pardon, and on towards the S's, but we have a red flag out once again, unfortunately. So I'm not sure there's some debris to be cleared off the line, possibly. Meanwhile, John Clark is continuing his run, goes into semicircle around there, hanging the tail out a little bit through semicircle, but catches it and over the finish line for a time of 52.34. On the line at the moment, I think the red flags are in once again, and Andrew Harris 522 will be the next car to take on the hill. very similar times and identical speed under the bridge to John Clark from Andrew Harris. He's in the Caterham Road Sport. Heads into Barden now. And on up towards the S's. Through the S's then he goes. Road Sport. And then up to semicircle. As we see the next car coming around Barden, that's David Nelson. As we get a time of 54.13 for Andrew Harris. We see Charlie Wilson meanwhile heading up towards Barden. A good time for David Nelson, 48.08 for David Nelson in the Superlight. Charlie Wilson through the S's and on up towards semicircle. And we see Rebecca Boston, car 510, heading towards Barden. 51.92 is the time recorded by Charlie Wilson. Dan Malkin going around Barden. We get a time for Rebecca 510 is 54.87. Really cutting things not pretty fine there is Dan Malkin as he pushes on. Dan Malkin's time then at 48.19, so just barely a tenth slower than David Nelson on that run. Meanwhile we see Michael Calvert heading up towards the S's, and then we cut to Simon Hayto. Simon, whose car had a bit of a mishap yesterday, but good to see it back out again today as Michael Calvert records a 51.15. Hayto carries on into the S's, 64 miles an hour through the bridge, quite a quick start for Simon in the 1800cc car. And around Torres goes 584 Gillian Elwell, and we get a time of 50.93 for Simon Hayto. And on up towards semicircle, and then we see Brian Harriott 540 in his road sport. Gillian Elwell's time comes in 53.75. Gillian Elwell's time 54.675, when Harriet's time of 51.05. Wardle, car number 543, the 1600cc, a little bit wide coming out the last part of the S's then, and goes into semicircle. Looks a fairly quick time as we see going through Torres Andrew Willoughby, number 544, and a time of 48.61 for Graham Wardle. Willoughby then continuing his way up, comes into the S's on this second practice run. Around semicircle he goes, and around the Tories goes 5:45 Tony Smith in his 1600cc car, as we get the time for Andrew Willoughby of 50.61. Smith was coming towards the end of his run then. As we switch to Paul Collins, car 5:46 in this Cheltenham Superlight, and Tony Smith's time is a 49.22. Is Paul Collins. Road through the S's. Pick up Philip Matchwick, the road spot 140, heading into Pardon as we get time for Paul Collins of 49.09. Quite a good time for Philip Matchwick as well. Graham Howard quite quick off the line as well, 5:48 as he goes around Pardon, 49.08 for Philip Matchwick, just 100th of a second quicker than Paul Collins in the car before him. So some very close times that bode well for the two timed runs to come after lunch. It's Graham Howard up to the finish line to set a time of 49.59. Watch Alan Bowler in his 1800cc road sport machine. And he comes through the S's, pushing on pretty well there. Out of the S's and into semicircle. Finish line, and we watch going around the Tories and hanging the tail out a little bit there. The 552 car of Ben Williams, a 49.30 meanwhile for Alan Bowler as Ben goes around Pardon. Pushing his way up, Robert Jacobs, who's just 172 miles an hour on the bridge, and through goes Ben Williams for 48.45. There is Robert Jacobs going around Pardon. Enthusiastic run, shall we say, for Robert as he comes to the S's into semicircle, going well. That heads towards the finish line to set a time at 48.06. A very quick scan suggests to me that he is quickest so far in this class by just 200ths of a second from David Nelson. We see Lars Loftus really pushing on, 73 miles an hour under the bridge, hanging the tail a bit through semicircle over the line, and a 46.43 for Lars Loftus. In the 420R coming towards the end of his run, car 569. Over the finish line he goes for 50.84, as we see Chris Alston in the the Z-Tech Sprint 2-litre machine car 571. And to Torres comes 573. Chris Whitlow in his 1600cc machine as we get time for Chris Alston of 48.81. Then very quick run through the S's. He goes on up to semicircle, and that long right-hander then, and the finish line for 47.53. So lots of runs in the 40s, high 40s now. Michael Sankey in his Superlight. Looking a little bit loose through the S's there. Pushing on. And semicircle hangs the tail out again out of semicircle under the finish line. And it's a 49.23. As we pick up Graham Denham in his 2-litre 7. Graham Denham sets a time of 47.78. It's quite wide through Pardon. There's 598. Robert Margal in the Hayabusa motorcycle engined machine. That's a time of 47.67. So we see Simon Rogers here with the machine with the big for sale sign on the back. Oh, and hanging the tail up through the S's there. Really pushing on. He goes into semicircle. And out and over the line for 42.16 for Simon Rogers. Now car 151 is Calvin Broad in the, I presume it's turbocharged Force TA 1300cc. He goes round to Torres. And then up to Pardon, it's the single seater. He goes down to S's. The S's. 95 miles an hour under the bridge, one of the quickest times we've seen today, I think. So around semicircle, this is going to be a rapid time as he goes over the line and does a 39.95. So just waiting to see if there are any more cars to take their second practice run before we go into the lunch break. Okay, so we are looking for the Bugattis to come out for their first practice run, and we've got a second practice run for the single seater we've just seen, a second practice run for the Bugattis, and then it will be lunch. So up to the line comes Edmund Burgess in the Type 51 Bugatti 2.3 litre machine, the Type 51 that replaced the very successful Type 35 in its day. Did take a Grand Prix win, but didn't enjoy the success of some Bugatti models, largely because Bugatti couldn't match the budget of the government-backed Italian and German companies. Away goes Edmund Burgess. He's 64 miles an hour under the bridge, which is no mean feat. One of these cars is on the line. We have the similar car Colin Bullock, but meanwhile we watch Edmund Burgess out of Pardon and up towards the S's. On in this glorious looking machine. And here at Prescott, of course, home of the Bugatti Owners Club. He goes into semicircle. Sets a time of 53.24 as we see Colin Bullock in his Type 51. So Colin comes up to S's. Colin's car as he goes over the line for 60.53. They'll be taking a second practice run in not too long a period, but we also have, I think, a second run for one of the single-seaters to come. In fact, we get the first of the Bugattis back for the second run. This is Edmund Burgess then, who comes up to the line. Selects a gear. Away goes Edmund for his second run. It is fabulous to watch these Bugattis on this hill. Under the bridge he goes at 66 miles an hour. Towards around that long right hand hairpin. Bit of correction on the exit. Then the run up to Pardon. Through the left-hand hairpin and on towards S's he goes. Launching into the S's. A little bit wide out of the S's, but okay, and into semicircle. The Type 51s, we see the other Type 51 car, Colin Bullock, making his way up to Pardon. As we get time of 52.31 for the 173 car of Edmund Burgess. That's what is building, I'm afraid, for Colin Bullock, as he goes over the line with a 60.25. Well, I think we're waiting for just one more car to take a run, and that will be practice complete. We'll then have a lunch break and then into the timed runs. So just waiting for this last car. It's going to be a couple of minutes, I think, before the final car takes its run. Just quickly looking back through some times from a bit earlier on. So 37.12 was the time set by Matthew Ryder, who set fastest time of the day yesterday. Also in the 37s in the 2-litre GWR Predator is Jonathan Varley with a 37.91. So I think it's car 151 that we're waiting for, Calvin Broad, who did a 39.95 on his first run, which was quickest in his class by some way. That's the 1601 to 2-litre forced induction category. And I think car 151 is nearly ready, just waiting for it to come to the start line to complete these practice runs. Yes, I can see him now, just waiting to come onto the hill. He's about to move onto the hill now. Warms the tyres up, gets up to the start line. This will be the final run before lunch, the final second practice run. It'll be timed runs commencing immediately after lunch. So they're just lining up the 151 car of Calvin Broad in that 1300 turbocharged Force TA. I think this one is turbocharged rather than supercharged. He's all set. And away he goes then. 2.05 seconds to the 64 feet mark and 96 miles an hour under the bridge, which is 1 mile an hour quicker than he was on his first run. He's around Victoria's already and on the run up to Barton. Into the left-hander he goes. Puts the power down then. And then run to the S's, into the S's. The force of Calvin Broad out to the S's. This is a quick run through semicircle, round the long right hander up to the finish line, and the time 39.91, so 400ths quicker than his first practice run. So that is the practice runs completed. Lunch break now, and the timed runs will start at 12:45. We'll be back with you just before then for live coverage. Stay with us if you're on the live streaming. If you're at the hill, then plenty to keep you occupied through the lunch break. Lots of refreshments available, not least from the clubhouse, but various other refreshments outlets there as well. Plenty to look at in the paddock. Have a good lunch break. We'll be back with you in a little while.
put out the announcement again about a lot of jewellery that's been found in the Orkney this time of year, around about zone C. So if anyone's lost a piece of jewellery, they'd like to come and see me after the lunch break, and I'll take them.
What's that big black one we saw? What was it? It was a Rolls Royce engine. There was one with Rolls Royce engine. It was like a big one. It was a bit like a Landis.
Oh. Canberra? No.
It had a Rolls Royce engine.
thing when you say it out loud.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome, or welcome back if you were with us earlier in the day, to Prescott Hill Climb. If you have just joined us on the live stream, I'm Peter Hughes, and along with Chris Druitt, I'll be your commentator for the course of the day's activities. We've had 2 practice runs for everybody already. Now we start the all-important timed runs, and as is only befitting the circuit, or the venue rather, owned by the Bugatti Owners Club, it is the Bugattis that take pride of place right at the beginning of the event. We start with car 174, Colin Bullock, in his Bugatti T51. Colin did a best practice run of 53.24 seconds, heading now up towards the long right-hand hip that is Victoria's, named of course after Bugatti. Then on up to pardon the left-hander, which is where he heads now. On towards the S's, we get a time at midway. We get the you'll see the very intermediate times on screen if you're watching online. Into the S's. Out of those S's, he goes into the final right-hand corner, which is semicircle. Finish straight, which is actually a right-hand kink over the line, and does a 59.55, so slower than his first run on the day, or his practice runs I should say, sorry. Next up it is Colin Bullock, 174, and his type 51. Bridge at 67 miles an hour, which is good speed, and pushing really hard. Victoria's around the hip it goes. And in fact, this is Edmund. They've run in reverse order to fool me. This is Edmund Burgess number 173. Apologies for the mix-up. It was Colin Bullock who did the 59.54, and that is an improvement on his time earlier in practice. Through the S's then, for this Type 51, and being used as it was designed to be used. Over the line, and a 52.49, which is nearly a second quicker than he was in his practice runs. And obviously the quicker of the two Bugattis. We get the 174 machine of Colin Bullock back for his second run. Marshall's there lining him up on the start line to make sure he's in the correct position to trip the timing beam. And away he goes then, on up towards the bridge. And the speed under the bridge, 54 miles an hour, through towards Tories once again. Bugatti's get to do their two runs back to back. Everybody else, it'll be a first run for everybody and then a second run for everybody. This car was looking a bit smoky this morning practice. It's looking smoky once again. Into the S as he goes. Left and right into semicircle. Line, and the time this time a 59.59, so he's found just 500ths of a second on his previous run, so he continues to improve his performance. But now it will be the second run for 173 Edmund Burgess. Can he improve on that 52.49 that he did on run 1? And skips up the line there, Type 51. 67 under the bridge. And the Tories he goes. Really is wonderful to see these cars in action, being driven as they're meant to be driven, rather than go to the museum pieces. Extract everything he can from his Type 51 as he gets into the S's this time. So his best time so far 52.49. So he goes on up towards the semicircle and over the line for a 52.73. So slightly slower than his first run, but still the quicker of the two Bugattis. Meanwhile, we come to the modern day machinery, and on the hill at the moment we've got Class 8-1 first of all, which is the road going production cars up to 2 litres. This is one of the two driver cars. In fact, it's car number 20, David Garnett, takes the first run up the hill in the class. The 2-litre Renault Clio going through the S's. On towards semicircle as we see the Peugeot 205 1.9 litre 205 of David Wilson, also treated by the car, as we get a time in for David Garnett of 53.14 for his first timed run. To David Wilson at the 205 going up now around 205 at such a successful rally career, of course. Many years it was a staple of the club rally scene as well. Quite so commonplace, and they are in fact even eligible for historic rallying these days in certain championships. David Wilson coming around semicircle, and his time is 50.49, so quicker than David Garnett. Meanwhile, we see another Renault Clio. This is the car of Isabella Lawrence. Car number 22, again a 2-litre Clio, going around Barton at the moment. S's goes the French machine. A lot of French machinery in this class. And we see car 739, that's Jake Wheeler in the Mini. Meanwhile, the time for Isabella Lawrence is a 55.03. As Jake goes through the S's. On towards the finish line to record a 57.69. French machinery, it's Dave Warner, number 24, in his Renault Clio 197. 27. He's the top end of the hill now. The Mazda Roadster of Robin Holden, number 25, on the hill as well. Dave Warner's time is a 52.75. We see the Mazda of Robin Holden coming into the S's now, clipping the markers on the inside. They just bounce back into place. It's around semicircle, a little bit of late brake, and then we cut to the classic A110 Alpine Berlinetta of Simon Durling, as Robin Holden does a 52.31, so quickest in class, second quickest in class will give me so far, because quickest with that 50.49 is David Wilson. We look back now to the Alpine, Simon Durling brought out a new Alpine across in the last year or two, and talk now of an electric version of the Alpine coming out. Over the line goes Simon with a 56.12. Ross McDonald, Michael Bowl in the Renault 2-litre Renault Clio on the hill now. Car number 27. The S is in that French silver machine. There is Ross McDonald, who mentioned momentarily, and this is a Porsche 911 RS replica. The classic 911s, of course, the RS, one of the early ones, air-cooled, of course. And he goes through the S's. Porsche now, Phil James, the Welsh Formula 1 driver, in the Porsche Cayman GT4 3.8 litre machine, on his way up to the pardon, as we get a time of 51.63 for Ross McDonald. James just a little bit wide coming up the S as that goes into semicircle. As we see David Meek in the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. 49.92 is Phil James's time. So quickest time in class so far. First car under the 50-second mark. As we continue to follow David Meek in that 2-litre turbocharged Vauxhall. Yes, it goes the yellow Vauxhall then. Simon Tarling in the 996 Porsche GT3, 3.6 litre, 72 miles an hour under the bridge. Good speed there. And David Meek does a 49.45. So just very nearly half a second quicker than Phil James in the Porsche, as we focus on Simon Tarling at the moment. He goes around semicircle, and we switch to Robin Lancaster Gay in the 997, the slightly later model GT3 RS. I think car that I believe holds the record at Chelsea Walsh, in fact. 51.23 for Simon Tarling, of course. Robert Lancaster coming towards the end of his run with Rodney Isles in the very rapid Alfa Romeo 4C is on the hill, of 49.14 for Robert. The S is up, it's now beautiful Alfa Romeo sports car. On up to semicircle. Up towards the finish line, and it's a 47.63, so quickest in the class so far by Sunday. Meanwhile, it's Maycock on the hill in the Mazda MX-5. 1884 cc's, 75 miles an hour under the bridge. No, a little bit of lock-up into Pardon. Gets away with that, carries up the hill into the S's. Then comes the rear engine conventional layout Japanese sports car, hanging the tail out in style through coming out of the S's. He's into semicircle, pushing really hard in the two-seater. Tail out again as he comes out of semicircle over the line, and it's a 47.21, so he beats the time set by Rodney Isles. And we switch back to the saloons. We've got the two driver cars still to go up the hill. At the moment it's 7:20. Ian Richards in the Renault Clio 182. Time to beat in class is the 50.49 set by David Wilson in the Peugeot 205. Around then and on to the finish line, and the time is 52.23. On the hill now, it is the class leading Peugeot 205, this time in the hands of Robert Wilson. It was David Wilson who set that earlier time of 50.49. He comes into the S's on up to semicircle. Towards the line, and his time 49.93. He sets the fastest time in the class on these first runs. Well, we've seen this many going up the hill once already in the hands of Jake Wheel. Now it's the turn of Phil Derbyshire to take the number 39 machine up the hill. Wheel's time was to 57.69. To save the time to beat the moment 49.93 of Robert Wilson. Can Phil Derbyshire get close to that? Well, no, because he's already over the 50-second mark. So he comes towards the finish line now, under the banner, and it's a 60.95 for Phil Derbyshire. So we just have a resident making his way up the hill to his house, and so a very short break in the competitive timed runs. And next up, it should be the four-wheel drive road going series production cars. Once the resident is clear of the hill. So the next car about to come out onto the hill, and I think it's going to be the Mitsubishi Evolution, I think it's version 6, car number 40, the car of John Dunn, that will come out onto the hill first of all. So here indeed is that number 40 car, just warming the tyres up a little bit as he comes up to the line to begin his first competitive run of the day. So we are all set, I think, to resume the time runs. And away goes John Dunn in the Mitsubishi Evo. Under the bridge, what speed can he do under the bridge? 66 miles an hour. One to the single seaters that number 90 with the bridge in practice, but obviously a different kettle of fish in a single seater to this road going saloon car. John Dunn then goes around Pardon. A little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin there, but continues on his way into the S's. We see Roy Stanley in the Evo 5 Mitsubishi, which is 73 miles an hour over the bridge. But the time for John Dunn is 48.33. Stanley then, can he better that 48.33? And we see Alan Mansfield in the Toyota GR Yaris. It's 1.6 litres, but a car that is establishing quite a reputation for itself as a performance saloon on the roads. Meanwhile, Roy Stanley's time, 47.94, so about 4 tenths quicker than John Dunn could manage as the Yaris continues its way up the hill. And we get another Yaris 43 as Ian Fido in the Yaris GR with circuit pack. As we get a time of 53.30 for Alan Mansfield. We see Ian in his Yaris continuing his way into the S's he goes. Not that he can trouble the four-wheel drive cars, but obviously we'll want to better the time of the other Yaris. As we see James Dockery in a Subaru STI, and Ian with a 51.34. And we see the Subaru through the S's to benefit from four-wheel drive. With a huge rallying reputation, as has this. This is the Evo 6 of Stephen Moore, car number 45. James Dockery does a 50.48. Raymond did a practice time, best practice time 47.34, which would see him top of the class if he can match that. Meanwhile, we switch to the roadway specialist production cars, and number 50, Raymond Law, in his Cheltenham 7 Super Sprint, 46.31 for Stephen Moore, tops his practice time by over a second, and heads the class after the first runs. Here is Raymond Law in that Cheltenham 7 Super Sprint, 2.1 litre engine under the bonnet. And Peter Lethbridge in the Cheltenham 1700cc engine, as I say, are these roadway specialist production cars. And Raymond Law's time 49.14, betters his second practice time by a tenth of a second. Go back to Peter Lethbridge in that 1.7 litre machine. He goes passes on up to semicircle. We see Anthony Schumann, number 54, in the Cheltenham 310R, as Peter Lethbridge stops the clock at 50.97. But there, car number 54, Anthony Schumann. And now we see Timothy Higgins in his Westfield SEI 2 litre, obviously a car that was based upon the earlier Lotus 7 and Cheltenham 7, as Anthony Schumann records a 49.47, so about 3/10 slower than Raymond Law was on his run. Continue to watch Higgins, and then we see another Westfield SEI. This is the one of Stephen Garner, 57. And time at 50.59 for Timothy Higgins. Stephen Garner there in the red Westfield. Can he better that time of Raymond's? He comes round semicircle under the bridge and does a 46.10. So just in class so far. Now we see Andrew Russell's Ginetta G15 running the modified production cars up to 1400cc. This one with a slightly bored out Hillman Imp engine. Stephen Garner finding only half a second from his practice time, as Andrew Russell's trying to find the maximum from his little Ginetta. Through he goes to the line to go to 50.82, about 8/10 quicker than he was on his second practice run of the day. Phil Tucker now in the 1.4 litre Vauxhall Nova, somewhat modified, under the line, under the bridge at 69 miles an hour, but he has a problem. He's coming to a halt. The 61 machine of Phil Tucker will not complete his run, and unfortunately that brings out the red flags, which I think will also mean that Ian Sargent in the Opel Tigra at 1.4 will have to come back and do his run again. There is Ian stopping purely, I think, because the red flags are out, so he will return to the bottom of the hill and get a rerun. So reports it might be a throttle stuck on the Vauxhall Nova, number 61 of Phil Tucker, and he's sorted it out, I think, and is going to make his way slowly to the top of the hill. Meanwhile, Ian Sargent, as I say, will have to return to do a rerun. So Phil Tucker actually stops this clock at 115.34, but that's academic now, of course. Ian Sargent there with Marshall giving him instructions. So it might technically count as a time, I'm not sure, for Phil Tucker of 1:15.34, but it's not really going to do him any favours. Ian Sargent, meanwhile, is stopped on the hill and will get underway in a moment. He'll need a rerun, but we will be switching classes then to modified production cars over 2 litres. Amongst them the beautiful looking Aston Martin Vantage, which is on the start line. You can see it there, the car of Andy Fraser, 4.7 litre, really beautiful car. And to talk you through the next few classes, I will hand over to my colleague Chris Drewitt.
So the Tigra comes back down the hill, and on the line is Andy Fraser in the amazing Aston Martin Vantage. The screen says it's got a 4.7 litre engine. I have a feeling that it's actually 4.3. Their previous car had a 4.7, but this one is much lighter. And presumably, maybe the engine produces as much power as the previous one. Off goes Andy. Nice clean start, and what will it be? 72 under the bridge is pretty good. Into sweeping in through Orchard, which is a lovely corner. Really gets your mind concentrating, and then. Slightly early apex at Torres, and gets on the brakes for Pardon. What was Andy's first practice run was a 51.36. I think this will be about the same. He's followed by Duncan Andrews in this very much modified Porsche Cayman, nearly a 4 litre engine, 49.79. That's quicker for Andy. Meanwhile, Duncan Andrews in the S's. And up to the line, it'll be quick. It says 45.59, 45.59. Where are we? We're with Richard Jones in this early Porsche 911 3 litre engine. Probably started life with a 2.7. It's from the era when the famous 2.7 RS Carrera came out with its whale tail. But aren't they nice? They're nice pure shape, the early 911s, before they sprouted great wide wheel arches. Richard's time 49.72, and here's the Tigra again having a rerun. 49.72 for Richard Jones. Ian Sargent safely navigates Ed Torres. Something's gone wrong again. Maybe it just maybe overfueled itself and spluttered at Pardon. It's taking a long time to clear the engine. Peter Turnbull's on his way in the Porsche 997 Cup with his 3.6 litre engine. This is a rapid car, 75 through the trap, but I don't think he'll catch up Ian Sargent unless Ian comes to a grinding halt. But he won't be happy with the time at all. We won't even talk about it. Peter Turnbull's 997, one of the second generation of water-cooled Porsches, as far as I know. So I think the 996 had the poached egg headlights, and then people didn't like those, so Porsche went back to the previous form of headlights. 47 seconds exactly for Peter Turnbull. Joy Hoyle, who is sharing the Caterham with its just over 2 litre engine. I think it might be a Vauxhall, but I'm not certain. I'll have to ask Ray Law. But Joy, as always, taking a nice neat line through S's, using all the road. Ray did a 49.14. Joy did a 50.21 in practice. Let's see what she can do in. She did a 49.46. 49.46. So it's a needle and match between Joy Hoyle and Ray Law. And Richard Price finishes with a 43.49. He's followed by Mark Scott in the Dax Rush. You would be forgiven for thinking this is a Caterham, but it's not. It's a Dax. Produced a variety of kit cars, a lot of them four-wheel drive. I think this one is four-wheel drive as well. But Mark heading for the finish. He's followed by Philip Cook in the super light, 48.24 for Mark. Followed by Ash Mason, record holder in this class, in this much modified, very rapid Westfield with its blown 1300 Hayabusa engine. Brilliant drive by Ash. And his time, 41.29. Now is that a record? Let's have a look. Not quite. 41.18 is his record set last year. What can Mark Puddle do about it in the rear engine? RCM with his Suzuki engine. Followed by Martin Watts in another kit car, the Silver Riot. Again, Silver offered front engine, rear engine, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. Mark has finished with a 46.53. 46.53. Martin Watts did a 49.86 in practice. I think he'll be a bit quicker. Where are we? 39 into semicircle. Yep, that'll be in the mid-40s. It's a 44.37. it's a huge improvement for Martin over his practice time. Here's Robin Nicholson in the venerable but beautifully prepared, as always, Malak Mark 20 with its 1700cc pushrod Ford engine, classic clubman's recipe, but quick, 46.6. Conditions in practice this morning were not ideal. It was a steady drizzle for a period, and although the track never got really wet, it was to begin it was very slippery indeed. We're watching Tim Painter in the Aston, and Bob Penrose in the incredible 7.2 litre pill beam is on his way. Here he is. You remember Robert in this car had a gentle little spin in the middle of the S's, no damage whatsoever. That's how you find out where the limit is. Tim Painter heads for the finish in the early 50s, I think. Oh, better, 49.19. Bob Penrose tackling 720 horsepower, 48.49 for Bob. Now we've got the Opel Commodore. This is a different Robin Johnson in the Holden Commodore. Shame that Australia has really given up manufacturing cars locally. Both Ford and General Motors, i.e. Holden, have stopped production, which doesn't seem right. And Robin is followed by Mike Luck in the TVR. TVR Chimera, but a very much modified Chimera. 5-litre Rover engine. Robin Johnson has finished in the Holden with a time of 55.51. Where are we now? Oh yeah, with Alan McDonald in this outrageous Morris Mini Evo. I was talking to the person who's parked next to this car in the paddock, and they said it's not fair that Mini Evo is getting all the attention in the paddock, because people are so amused, well, and impressed, because underneath that so-called mini body is a Mitsubishi Evo. It's massively powerful, four-wheel drive. And maybe the windscreen is mini, I'm not sure, but it's a 43.66, and Graham Lokes follows in the Lola with its 3.2 litre Porsche engine. Let's keep an eye on Graham Lokes. Meanwhile, Tom Price in the very rapid Hayabusa-powered Caterham takes off. We'll see that in a few seconds. Meantime, we're following Graham in this lovely Lola. Started life in the Sports 2000 class, but now 3.2 litres and 44.53, and a spin for Tom. No harm done, so we'll probably see a rerun of that. And Tom cruises slowly up to the finish so as to minimize the delays to the following cars. Good for him. Peter Tatham sharing with brother David. The OMS is wheeled away from line, so that when the red flags come in, he can do a couple of burn-ups to get some heat into the rear tyres. Tom Price, we won't mention his time because he had that half spin at Orchard. Flags come in, minimal delay.
Chris will be back with us very shortly, but in the meantime we've moved on to the racing cars between 600 and 1100cc and in the OMS Hornet. Pete was under the Ford's technical practice at 39.85. He's gone under the bridge at 93 miles an hour, so it looks already like this could be a pretty quick run as he comes into the S's in that diminutive little motorcycle engined single-seater into semicircle on towards the finish line, and it's a 40.91, so not quite as quick as his practice run. In fact, about a second slower. Meanwhile, Richard Weaver is on the hill now in the Emperor Evo. It's slower under the bridge, 86 miles an hour, but still no slouch by any means. His time was a 43.87 in the practice. Towards the S's, here he comes. Good looking intermediate times been recorded as he goes into semicircle, and around he goes and up to the finish line, and it's a 42.92. He has picked up some time, but he's still about 2 seconds down on Tatham. Clark on the hill in his Empire Evo, another one that's like engine machine. Another quick time on the bridge, 87 miles an hour. A bit, fortunately, bit out of pardon there. As he comes into the S's and really pushing on there, and right on the limit, coming out of the S's. Into semicircle he goes on up to the finish line, and the time is a 40.45. So he is very nearly half a second quicker than Pete Tatham's quickest in class so far. Mark Schlenker in the force is on the hill now. That was a quick time on the bridge, 89 miles an hour, second only to Pete Tatham's time under the bridge in this class. But I think he may have picked up some time further on up the hill. I've got Hank Taylor coming into the S's there, and really trying hard. Into semicircle he goes up to the finish line, and it's 42.02, so not quite as quick as I was expecting, to be honest, although significantly quicker than his practice time. Nigel Pitt is on the hill now in the OMS 3000. 114. Line through the S's. Is it a quick line? We'll find out very shortly, because he's into semicircle. I don't think he's going to trouble the top numbers. A 41.92 then for Nigel Pitt. Gavin McLaren heads away into his OMS, 2000 OMS. It's slower under the bridge there. He comes into the Torres. Slight line around the hip in there. On up to Barden. Cleanly through there. Leaves a little bit of space on the outside as he comes out of Barden. Through midway and on into the S's. His time was a 44. in practice. What's he going to do here? It's a 44.56, so losing a little bit of time compared to his practice run. Meanwhile, we see Clive Austin heading over the bridge in the Empire Wraith at 89 miles an hour, so pretty quick on the first part of the hill. Around the Tories he goes. Up to the left-hander above. Very cleanly through the two hairpins. Comes on into the S's. And around Semi. I don't think he's going to be doing the quickest. It's a 40.23 in fact, and that actually does make him the quickest. So what do I know? Quickest in class so far, about 40.23. Penrose is on the hill. And, 7.2 meter hill beam. He goes through the S's. Looks like a fairly cautious run for Robert. And under the line he goes at 47.29. So it's the quicker of the two runs by the Pilbeam so far, but now we see the Holden Commodore 6 litre now in the hands of Joe Mackerel. 801, the sort of car that you might well see on panorama commuting events like the Bathurst 24-hour race. Big lockup going into Bargainland. So there's Joe Mackerel in the car that Robert Penrose did that Robin Johnson did a 55.51 in. Right out to the edge at semicircle under the line at 54.72 for the big saloon. On the hill now, we're now into the racing cars, the Formula Ford racing cars. Class J1, we see Caroline Ryder in the 1986 Van Diemen RF86, back from the days when Formula Ford cars, we used the Ford Kent engine, 1600cc. Caroline did a 50.82, I believe, in practice. And I think she's going to better that. Yeah, a 48.85 for Caroline on the first time run. Now it's Carol Nichols that we watch in the slightly earlier Night Mark 4, car 121. 57.76 in practice. She's coming up to semicircle. As we switch to a very rare car, as far as I recall, the Pringet Mistra of Les Buck 122. 56.97 for Carol. There we see Les Buck in the Mistral. Through semi on up to the finish line to set a time of 50.29. And Steve Morgan car 123. Here's a Van Diemen RF89, so a little bit earlier than that. Van Diemen that we saw previously. Steve does a 49.98. Paul Jones is in the 1600cc Empire Evo. As we switch to racing cars over 1100 and up to 1600cc. 80 miles an hour under the bridge, quite a good time. He goes around semicircle end. And under the finish line to set up 41.94, so he improves on his practice time. 41.94 for Gary Hill is on the hill at the moment in the OMS 2014-40cc. 42.01 I think it was in practice in this car. We'll just watch him to the finish line. So Zahid will give you his time of 41.83, and I will hand it back once again to Chris Joe.
Okay, here we go with David Tatham. We've got a time for Darren Gumley of 38.91. That's extremely good. What can Dave do about that? Takes a wide entry into the last exit from the S's. Means he can get on the part slightly earlier. 40.44, 40.44. John Stockley, another of the little manufacturers of hill climb cars. Force, very successful, lots of different models. John going nicely, and on the line we've got Robert Kappa in another Empire Wraith. And it's very advanced aerodynamics. John, 39.84, 39.84. Lots of downforce in these cars, even at about 40 miles an hour. It's beginning to really exert some downforce onto the road. The Empire Wraith. But he's bogged it a little bit at Pardon. Get off the cam and they tend to splutter. Takes a long time to get clear its throat. But maybe it's a bit more serious than that. So Robert going extremely slowly. Meanwhile, Tom Weaver rockets off the line. Family battle between Tom and his dad. Will he get the red flag, or will Robert Kappa be able to get out of the way? Marshals up the top of the hill will be able to judge. And I think Tom will get a clear run. Although Robert is still running. It would be embarrassing if Tom had to be red flagged just before the finish. I think he'll be okay. Almost slid. Wow! And now that's not fair, because that's cost him a second or two. He had to jam on the brakes 50 yards before the finishing line. Nevertheless, it was a 40.05, but I suspect he'll be offered a rerun. So a replay of that unfortunate moment when Rob Kappa was almost stationary beyond the finishing line and Tom had to apply a lot of brake pressure to avoid plowing into the back of the Empire Wraith. So I'll see if I can find out whether he gets a rerun. Richard Weaver, I don't know if you can hear me, but if Tom wants a rerun, then he needs to come and talk to the clerk of the course, and he's likely to be allowed one. Nevertheless, it was 40.05, which is actually half a second quicker than he did on his second practice run. So he might be happy with that. We shall see. Waiting to come up to the start line, as far as I can see, is Trisha Davis. Well, it's the Davis car, whether it's Trisha or Terry in it. I think it's Trisha sitting in it. Yeah, there's Terry sitting on the front wheel. This car, if you remember, is a Reynard Formula 3 car from 1991 before it became a Dallara monopoly, and into this Formula 3 car chucked away the Toyota or VW engine and popped into it the 2-litre engine built by Terry, constructed from two 1-litre motorcycle blocks and heads on a common crankcase, beautifully engineered. And I think Terry's probably made a dozen of these engines. Good day from Melbourne, bit late. Great to see some real hill climbing. Well, thank you, P. That's a nice message from lovely Melbourne. Middle of winter out there, and Melbourne can be quite chilly. It's way down south, but very nice to be sitting maybe by the far side watching Prescott. Eren Bayram from Turkey. Hi Eren, thanks for your message. Turkey will be nice and warm. The weather here has improved enormously from this morning, as you can see on the screen. Well, if you're here, you know, but if you can see on the screen, you can see that we're in bright sunshine, which is really nice, and that raises the temperature a lot. Good to be getting some messages from other parts of the world. Who would have believed 5 years ago that live commentary from Prescott could be heard in right down in the southern hemisphere? We had one guy who sent us a message from, he was on a big ship, a tanker, off the coast of Fremantle, which is the port for Perth in Western Australia. They said, great to be in the tanker, but watching Prescott on the telly. I think I said, well, make sure you don't drive it onto the rocks. As you can see, it's lovely countryside, beautiful Cotswold rolling hills. And so if you're thinking of a visit to the UK for holiday or on business, do try and make it clash with a Prescott weekend, because there's nothing nicer than, well, it's like a garden party with a little bit of motor racing in the background. The other thing about hill climbing, in a way, as compared to circuit racing, is that hill climbing is a very friendly sport. You might have noticed, if you've been in the paddock, if any competitor has a problem with their car, all his or her competitors in the same class or in different classes will rally around and offer help. It's a very, very friendly sport indeed. And I did a bit of circuit racing, and I was quite struck by the difference, that you didn't really get the same atmosphere. And certainly at circuits like Silverstone, you miss the lovely countryside that we're in. Shelsley Walsh is also in beautiful countryside in the Team Valley near Worcester. Loughton Park, up beyond Shrewsbury, almost on the Welsh border. It's all lovely countryside, and if a member of the family isn't keen on hill climbing and watching motor racing all day, there are some lovely walks all around. I guess we're waiting for Robert Capper's car to be manoeuvred onto and down the return road. Gives us an opportunity to say a huge vote of thanks to our marshals, always here, rain or shine, snow or sunshine, and doing a brilliant job, always looking for new members to join the marshals, and the British Motor Racing Marshals Club offer fantastic training because it's a very highly skilled job, particularly when things go horribly wrong, and particularly indeed when a driver needs to be extracted from a car, because lots of people in the old days used to suffer much more injury by being hoiked out of the car without a doctor present, and suffered injury and damage. And so nowadays people are much more careful, which is a great thing. So there's Tricia in the yellow car on the screen. The GR55 of Tony Hunt, the blue and white car, and then is that Mike Tregoning behind? So lots of interesting cars still to come. And don't forget that at the end of the meeting we have a runoff of our 12 fastest cars. But coming to the line for a rerun, I think, is Rob Anscombe. But we've got the red flag out again. Not sure why. So Rob got stopped coming to the line because our marshals up at the S's are looking for possible debris on the track. We don't know if Robert Capper had maybe something fell off, but can't see any debris, and it looks as if they can't either. So we'll be back in action pretty soon. That's the exit to the S's. Looks pretty clean. But it wouldn't be funny to have a sharp piece of metal lying in the track ready to puncture a car or a tyre.
Yeah, he's a big boy. A midget these days, Jeffrey. Fucking midget. Look, I'm pat you on the head in a minute. Wow. It's cooler here, actually. It's a bit warm. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's a beautiful day, actually. Yeah, that's just right. Stunning.
We keep saying that Prescott is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club. What's important to stress is you don't have to own a Bugatti to join the club. There are all sorts of events take place. First of all, if you're a member, you get free entry, free spectator entry to all Bugatti organized events. We have monthly e-newsletters. If you're a competitor, you get a reduction on your entry fees, and the entry for member-only championships. We have a shop on site with Club Regalia. We've got discount for Prescott Hillclimb Drivers School Days, which take place throughout the year. Great way of starting hill climbing or polishing up your skills. And every 4 times a year we get the Bugantics magazine with lots of interesting articles about the history of Bugatti and the reports on the modern meetings. So I think annual membership is about 90 quid, but if you come to a few meetings, you've very quickly got your 90 quid back. So do think about joining the club. Application forms, if you're here, are available online or in the club shop. Alternatively, call the club office on UK number 01242 673 136, and the club will be delighted to welcome new members. Mention of the driving school at Prescott. I think I'm looking in the program, it doesn't seem to give details, but the driving school takes place, I think, half a dozen times a year with very expert tutors. It's all videoed, it's all for road cars. Don't bring a racing car. Crash helmets are provided, but it's a brilliant way of picking up some tips and pointers on hill climbing. Prescott are hosting the Aussies in July 23 when they visit to run the Rob Roy Challenge. Rob Roy Hill Climb is near Melbourne, and we've run the Rob Roy Challenge a few times, both in UK and in Australia. I think on one occasion we were lent a couple of Morgan cars, so both teams are running in identical cars. So we look forward to that in a year's time to welcome the Australians here. Thanks, David Parr, for the information. And Dave Dinkham, Fair Dinkham, watching from Adelaide. Wow. Hope things are good in Adelaide. Hi from Maryland, Max B. Nice message from Maryland in the United States, enjoying the excellent hill climb content. Well, in August we have a British Hillclimb Championship meeting here, which is like this, only more so. We've got all the top contenders, they'll be here. In the first weekend in August, we've got the famous vintage meeting here. Hello from Brazil, in the Amazon, from Jair Silva. Bom dia. Watching from Sydney, that's Bob351. Hope you're enjoying it. So the next championship excitement here is 3rd and 4th of September, when the British Hillclimb Championship is back here, currently led by led at the moment by Alex Summers. So here we are. Thanks, Richard, for putting them up on the screen. So Vintage Sports Car Club, they use the short course, the original short course at Prescott, 6th and 7th of August, 3rd and 4th of September, British Hillclimb Championship. Then on the 24th of September, the VSCC are back again, and they have their one-day meeting on the long course. Season finale, 1st of October. Then we got the rally cars here in November, Rally Prescott. So I don't know if you could take a screenshot of those, but certainly on our website you'll find a calendar of all our future events. Let's hope we have weather as nice as this on those days. Right, it looks as if the track inspection has taken place. And coming to the line is Rob Anscombe. He's in the Empire Evo, not the Wraith, so slightly simpler aerodynamics. And he's sharing the car with Paul Jones this weekend. But an excellent start, 2.04 on the line. 93 through the bridge speed trap. That's really quick, because this is a Hayabusa powered 1600 engine, maybe producing, it's unblown as far as I know, so probably producing 350 horsepower, somewhere around there. But Rob has, I think, acquired this car at the end of last year, so it's still a bit of a feeling his way season, but he's certainly getting the hang of it. This will be a quick run. Will it be in the 30s? No, not quite. It's a 41.54. 41.54 for Rob Anscombe. Alex Cole's in a Van Diemen RF86. He's sharing it with Caroline Ryder. Classic Formula Ford, later Formula Ford with the wide track and very narrow bodywork. Alex heads for the finish. Off the line, Terry Davis. We saw Trish. Did we see Trish yet? No, we've got Terry. 47.08 for Alex. Terry neat and tidy as always, in this very nice Reynard with a 2-litre V8. And finishes with a 41.43. Anthony Hunt really bogged it down a little bit on the start line, so 2.64 off the line, but now he's gathered it all together, and speed under the bridge was 86, so it'll have cost him half a second, I reckon, somewhere like that. Tony Hunt finishes with a time of 41.09. Mike Tregoning, state-of-the-art hillclimb car from the 90s at Pilbeam, ME88, one of the last single-seaters that Mike Pilbeam built, and Michael Tregoning's had this for a while, had tried all sorts of different engines in it. I think he's settled on a Duratec, which he's very happy with. He has a long journey from Cornwall and back again, but Mike and his wife Diana travel all over the country competing in British Hillclimb Championship rounds. So Mike finishes with a 43.45. Colin Varley in the unique Predator Right Junior, right up north of Scotland. Started life with a Formula One Arrows engine, had enormous trouble getting it to agree with the gearbox, so eventually Graham gave up and chucked it in the corner and concentrated on making Raptors, but Jonathan Varley found it, and luckily this is the same sort of size as Graham, and it fits perfectly, and now got a Terry Davis engine in it, 2 litres, and it's quick, 37.86 for Jonathan. Great run. Who have we got on the line? We've got Tom Weaver. Good to see Tom getting a rerun. Do you remember he had to slow down before the finish line because Robert Kappa was a bit marooned in front of him. He nevertheless did quite a good time, 48.05, but what can he do when unencumbered by slower cars? We shall see. 90 miles an hour through the bridge speed trap is very quick for a 1 meter car. Think about that. How does he get on in the S's? Neat and tidy, perfect line through the S's, using every half inch of the road. This will be quick. This will be just, yes, under 40 seconds. Brilliant. Well done, Tom. 39.38. He will be extremely pleased. Richard did a 42.02, so Sun is beating down for the moment. Up to the line comes Kelvin Broad, who made a late start. He had a couple of practice runs just before lunch, but tonneau cover removed on the start line just in time before it blew away. Kelvin in the Force TA with 1300 bike engine behind him. Brilliant start, 1.95. We don't often see starts in the under the 2 second mark. A 99 at bridge speed trap. Kelvin's going really well. He's really enjoying this car. I think he's had it a couple of years, but really getting the hang of it nicely. This will be, what will it be? Might be a 36-ish. No, it'll be maybe slightly more than that. 39.03 for Kelvin. Richard Alexander in another Force, the Force PC, 1300 engine this time. Again, a pretty good start, 2.03 and 88 under bridge. When Kevin takes off, we'll see him very shortly. But Richard safely up to the semicircle. It'll be a 45-ish, I think. No, quicker, 42.73. Bernard Kevel in the OMS28 with its 2.8 litre Terry Davis engine records a 41.13. On this the line, this lovely DJ, very much modified Delara. Everything behind the driver is DJ with its Cosworth Indianapolis engine, 2650cc V8, not on methanol, not turbocharged. Nice, relatively simple engine to run. And of course, There are a great many of these engines which are no longer used in Indy racing, and Cosworth get them back to the factory, refresh them, and then we'll sell them for not a huge amount of money. So we'll keep an eye on John. Sandra Tomlin in the Pilgrim MP87 40 to Judd engine, sort of engine that would drive you for 24 hours at Le Mans successfully. John Cottrell has nearly finished 55.10. Sandra in the S's, Scott Racing has taken off in the amazing Sand Racer. Let's watch Sandra Tomlin. We're on to Scott, this extraordinary device. Sand racing is very popular on the Channel Islands. There are a number of cars with this configuration, but Sandra finished with a 42.88. She's almost a 2-second improvement on her practice run, but of course it was very favourable weather conditions this morning in practice. Scott, 41.71. Good run. On the line, the car that used to hold the record here in the hands of Sean Gould, now being shared with Matthew Ryder. Sean's going to come back to this car for Cheltenham and beyond. 2:08 for Matthew off the line. It almost bogged down, but it didn't. And as you can see, it's 98 through the bridge trap. Slightly down on, I think, what Matthew would do in a championship run, but he's running it on very old tyres, conserving his best tyres for the British Hillclimb Championship rounds. Now, will Matthew be quicker than 36.37 in practice? Yeah, 36.66. Good run by Matthew. 1:36.66. Here comes Tricia in the Reynard. Her husband Terry just now. They're very closely matched usually. They've had this car, I suppose 12 years or so. So Terry and Trish know the hill extremely well. In practice, Tricia did a 43.66. This will be similar, I think. 43.99. Terry Graves and sharing with Tony Hunt, the Gould modified Gould GR55. Again with the Cosworth XD engine, and he typically has taken off the line in the Brabham and immediately come to a halt. It sounded as if the transmission gave up the ghost. Terry Graves for 40.54 for Terry, number 1, number 860. Now, was Andy red flagged, or has something bust? What's happened to Terry Graves? Finished comfortably with a 40.54. I did say earlier this morning that we've only got one runoff at the end of the day, but in fact I've now heard that at the end of the first runs, which is approaching, we have the first of two runoffs, which is really good news. So Andy Tippett being brought back now. Is he being brought back to the start line to immediately have another go? I suspect he'll go down to the pre-start line, which will allow him to get the engine running and do some tyre warm-ups. We haven't yet heard why he got red flagged, because certainly Terry Graves finished his run. It might have been a problem after the finishing line. This greetings from Newfoundland and Labrador. Thanks to all involved, spectacular display, such amazing machinery and talent. I'm okay. Thanks, I'm okay. Yes, we went to Newfoundland and Labrador a few years ago, and indeed to Greenland as well. It's just wonderful countryside there. Wildlife is incredible. People are lovely. It's a well worth a trip, particularly in Newfoundland for whale watching. It's just wonderful to have a humpback whale stopped alongside your boat. It's very emotional, actually. It sort of brings a lump to your throat. So thank you very much. Great show from Ohio in the United States. So we're heading towards lunchtime, I guess. No, probably not quite yet. I think it's 2. But thanks, Jerry. That's nice. And Andy Tippett brings the Brabham. This car has a long history. It was driven by Mike McDougall. It never raced in Formula One. It was designed for Formula One, but never raced. Mike McDougall bought it from Brabham. Originally, it had a Coventry Climax V8 engine, but that's an expensive engine to buy and B to run. So since 1972, it's had this Buick V8 in the back, famous V8 engine, aluminium engine that Rover got the license to build in this country, and it's powered so many Range Rovers, TVRs, all sorts. Andy Tippett's had it for quite a while. Simon Andrews brings the OMS28 to the line, but let's watch Andy Tippett in the Brabham. .45.93. Simon Andrews in the 2.8. Terry Graves engined OMS28. As we move on to Caterham's, I'll hand back to Peter.
So thanks once again to Chris. He'll be back a little bit later on. We have a time for Simon Andrews of 41.08, and as mentioned, we're now into the Caterhams. So as I say, Sam Landry is a 41.08, some way off the 36.66 of Matthew Ryder, but 100th of a second quicker than he managed on the gold DJ55. Let's catch up on the few times that we've had so far then in the Cheltenham Lotus 7 Club Speed Championship. We've got a time for Paul Boston, 610 of 51.70. So again, improving on his practice time, which was a 51.99. Markham Hickey does a 51.79, so less than a tenth slower than Paul Boston, and again improving on his practice time. And then we get Sean Earle with a time of 46.25. Again, his practice time was a 46.52. So on the hill at the moment is Stephen Long in the 1600cc machine, car number 505. He rounds the Taurus, kicks up the dust on the inside of the hairpin there, and then on up towards Pardon. And he heads up into the S's now. As you'll see on screen, we will be coming to the top 12 runoff once this class is completed, and it will be time for the top 12 runoff. As Stephen Long comes to the end, towards the end of his run, we see Ivan Pullen in the Road Sport Cheltenham 7. And we get a time of 56.16 for Stephen Long. Wilson now rounds Torres in the 1600 Caterham. 55.74 is the time for Ivan Pullen. There, 512, the 1600cc machine of Charlie Wilson coming into the S's now. Heads up towards semi-circle. As we switch to John Clark in his 1600cc machine, and we get time for Charlie Wilson, 56.37. See the yellow and green machine of John Clark. Looks to be running slowly. I think he may well have a problem, and he's stopping in the S's. The red flags come out. Possibly suspension damage to the car of John Clark, but red flag on the hill now as the Caterham 513 comes to a halt. Yes, it looks like he ran wide on the exit of Pardon, and may well have damaged the suspension on that Caterham. So the marshals go to work in an effort then to clear the hill, and once John Clark's car is out of the way, hopefully we can get things back underway. Andrew Harries, meanwhile, has been stopped by the red flag, so he will need a rerun. And it's 5:33, David Nelson in the Superlight that sits on the start line at the moment. But that In vision on the live stream at the moment is the 522 machine of Andrew Harries. Plenty more action still to come across, because we will have, at the end of this class, we'll be having that first top 12 runoff of the day, and then everyone will get a second timed run and a further top 12 runoff to round off the day's action here at Prescott. So I think we're still waiting for the car of Andrew Harries to make his way back down the hill, which he's heading that way now. As soon as he is down and clear of the hill, we will be able to get the action back underway. He just comes under the bridge. He'll be pulling off into the paddock in just a moment. In he goes. I think the red flags are about to come in. So it looks like we are once again ready to get the action underway. It will start with the Superlight car 533, the car of David Nelson, who will be next up the hill. Away then goes David. 2.54 to the 64 feet mark and 69 miles an hour under the bridge. Fortune on to Torres, around Torres he comes then, and then on up towards Pardon. Around the left-hander. Midway on up to the S's. Through the S's then comes the Superlight on up towards circling around as that corner, heads towards the line and sets a time of 47.92 as we see Dan Monk in car 534 and his Caterham 7. Has done a 48.35. So we see Michael Calvert coming through the S's. And semicircle. Over the line to set a time of 49.43. And then we see 510 Rebecca Boston. to the S's. And around semicircle, Rebecca. And the time is 55.10 for Rebecca Boston. A little bit slower than her second practice run. Andrew Harries is on the hill now then in the road sport. There is Andrew, car 522. And he heads up to semicircle. As we switch to Samuel Hayto, car 542. A good time for a Caterham under the bridge, 63 miles an hour, 54.45 meanwhile for Andrew Harries. Coming to the end of his run, sets a time of 50.60. Samuel see Gillian Elwell on number 584. Gillian coming to the S's now. To Brian Harriott, who's coming to the bridge at 69 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Gillian's time of 53.50. Harriott is the car on the hill at the moment, 540. He goes up to semicircle. Around the semicircle and over the finish line with a time of 49.27. Graham Wardle comes out of Ettores in the 543 car. Coming towards the end of his first time to run, up to the finish line under the banner and does a 49.22. Car 544 is Andrew Willoughby in the Caterham 310R. In practice. He comes to the semicircle now, and his time, 50.96, so just fractionally slower, quarter of a second or so slower than his practice run. Tony Smith is in the 1600cc, Caterham 7, car number 545, did a 49.22 in practice. We have a red flag out, I believe. I don't think it's being displayed to Tony Smith though, so I think he will complete his run. Over the line with a 49.82, that's 6/10 down in fact on his second practice run. But the red flag is just for a little sweeping work by our hard-working marshals. By the looks of it, they're clear of the circuit. The red flags are coming in, and the next car to tackle the hill will be the Superlight, number 546 of Paul Collins. Paul did a 49.09 in his second practice run. Gets away 2.6 seconds to the 64 feet mark. under the bridge at 64 miles an hour, and through Orchard on towards the Tories he goes. Rounds the hairpin, just a little hint possibly of understeer up towards Pardon. Through Pardon and he goes. This looks like a clean run so far. Comes into the S's now. And then run up to semicircle, which he rounds now. He emerges from semicircle on up to the finish line, and his time will be 49.04. So just taking 0.05 of a second off his time in the second practice run. Philip Matchrick is on the hill now in the Cheltenham 7 Road Sport. Philip was just, I think, 100th of a second quicker than Paul was in practice. And let's see what he can do in the timed runs. He goes under the line and a little bit slower, 49.24. Graham Howard, another man who was in the 49s in practice, with a 49 of 5.9 in his 1600cc machine. He heads towards the finish line, and he does a 49.29, so picks up 0.3 on his practice time. As we see Alan Bowler in the road sport, 5.49 there, going away from Pardon. Obviously Ben Williams 5.52 on course, as we get a time of 48.57 for Alan Bowler, so that's a big improvement on practice, so certainly 0.8 of a second improvement on his practice time, as Ben Williams makes his way up through Orchard and into the S's. Ben did a 48.45 in practice. He comes to semicircle, twitchy going into that one, but he's out there cleanly over the line, and the time's at 48.03. Has found time as well, 0.4 of a second in fact. Robert Jacobs, it's 5.55. Robert did a 48.06 again in practice. He improved on that in the 1600cc machine. Ooh, a little bit out of shape out of the S's, but pulls it all back together on around semicircle. Lars Loftus, one of quickest cars in practice, 5.63, 47.50 the time for Robert Jacobs, 47.50. And Lars Loftus through the S's, going up towards semicircle and on towards the finish line, and his time 46.08. So again, an improvement on the practice time, 46.08 for Lars Loftus. At the moment we have a red flag for more sweeping of gravel. Again, it looks to me as if that's on the exit to Azores. And the marshals working hard as ever. We always have to say a big thank you to all our marshals and officials who put in their effort for the love of the sport and keep the sport as safe as we possibly can for competitors, officials and spectators alike, and their work is done for the time being. The red flags are in. Next on the hill will be 5.69 Andy Gower in the Cheltenham 420R, and he did a 50.84 in practice. Under the bridge at 65 miles an hour through Orchard on to Torres, but 5.69. A little bit wide on the exit with Torres. Might be a little bit more gravel, I'm afraid, to be moved down, not sure. He might just have missed it through the left hand at Pardon. into the S's goes Andy Goma, wait a minute, Andy Goma, plus 65.71 is Chris Alston, and we wait for the time to come for Andy Goma, and it is 49.72, so he finds over a second from his practice time. Chris Alston is the car we watch now, the Cheltenham Z-Tech sprint. He heads for the finish line to set a time of 48.64. Chris Whitlow is on track 69, good time, good speed rather, under the bridge for these Caterhams. He holds Pardon. Just did a 47.53 in practice. He rounds semicircle. He switched to Michael Sankey at 574 leading the super light. As we got to 48.53, so second down on his practice time for Chris Whitlow. Michael Sankey is through Pardon. And on up to the S's he goes. 73, good speed under the bridge. A little bit of opposite lock coming out of the S's. As we see Graham Denham, car 585 in his 2 litre 7. 49.26 is the time for Michael Sankey, just 0.03 of a second down on his best practice time. And off there for Graham Denham in the S's, and some damage under the car, so we are going to have a little bit of a delay I think now while this one gets sorted out, but Graham Denham running wide. He appears to be okay, but the car not quite so good, as he slid into the outside and into the barriers coming through the left-hander leading into the S's, and then spun round and hit the barriers on the other side. So Graham Denham there with some work to be done to recover that car. The marshals and the medical team with him quickly, but hopefully nothing too major to concern Graham. But we will have, well, we already have a red line. We're going to have a little bit of a delay now before we get the last couple of Caterhams out and go into the top 12 runoff. Well, just quickly scanning the times that we have in this class so far, it looks as if it is Lars Loftus with a 46.08 in the Caterham Superlight R, who is quickest in class to date. But still a couple of drivers to go. I think we have, well, sat on the line was 598. Robert Margall in the Hayabusa engine Caterham. I think we may have one more car to go up the hill as well once the incident has been cleared. Still to come the man who was quickest in practice, and that's Simon Rogers, car 599. Well, it's good to see the driver, Graham Denham, out of the car and inspecting some of the damage. I'm not sure he'll be feeling on top of the world at the moment as he looks at that damaged car, but at least he's fit and walking around, getting up close and checking out what has been done to the car when he hit the Armco. The medical team keeping a watchful eye on him as well, of course, just as a precaution. But that car, well, the marshal's already busy sweeping. Clerk of the course is up there as well. And we get a replay of the incident, and he just loses the back end into the barriers. A fair old lick, actually. Then right across to the other side of the track, and again into the barriers on that side. Just kisses the barriers on the left-hand side. Most of the damage, I suspect, done to the right-hand side of the car, and end up facing in the wrong direction, of course. And the car, at the moment at least, still not moved. We'll see it being recovered, I'm sure, very shortly. Graham appears to be back in the car, so I don't know whether it is drivable. It's a testament to the strength of these Caterhams if it is after that off. Well, hello, Stephanie Kent, who's watching from New Zealand, where it's 2 o'clock in the morning there. Stephanie is a fortunate owner of a Super 7 and says, loving this, glad you're enjoying it, and hope you, despite the late hour, you can stick with us a little bit longer, watch the runoffs and at least some of the second run. But thanks for getting in touch. Greetings from Munich. John Fewings is in Munich, but was raised in Gloucester, and says, Prescott is close to my heart, as it is for so many of us, of course. Hope you're enjoying the pictures, John. So the clearance work still continues. And it looks like the Caterham is moving under its own steam. Graham was just checking the steering momentarily there, but appears to be happy with things and is making it gently down the hill. We'll get back down to the paddock gates and in, hopefully. So hopefully the damage not too extensive or indeed expensive on that Caterham of Graham's. Sweeping continuing at the scene of the incident. The car then continues on down the hill. See a little bit of cosmetic damage to it, but it looks as if the suspension and the running gear had stood up pretty well to that impact. Still, as I say, one or two more Caterhams to take their first time run, and then we will be getting the top 12 runoff, our first top 12 runoff of the day, before the second time runs, and then rounding things off the second top 12 runoff. So good to see Graham back down to the bottom of the hill, and we'll turn off into the paddock now. For very long, we should see that car 598 Robert Margle in the Hayabusa powered 1400cc HillClimb onto the hill to take his first timed run. Just waiting for the clerk of the course to clear the circuit safe and ready to be open. I think the clerk of the course is back down here, in fact. The signal is given to Robert to fire up the engine on that motorbike engine in his Cheltenham, and he will come back onto the track and line up for his timed run. He's on the line then. Lined up. Red flag is brought in at the start lines. We are all set. Right here is the clerk of the course now, and so the clock is clear. Away we go. And, just waiting for the green light to car number 598 Robert Margle, who gets away then. Power of the machine, 2.41 seconds, 4-foot mark under the bridge at 71 miles an hour. Around Orchard into Torres. Clean run so far into the left-hander and Clark. S's into the S's, he comes a little bit wide on the exit of the left-hander, but nothing to worry about. Up towards semicircle. Semicircle entrance, 598 Robert Margle up to the line, and the time is 46.58, so he finds over a second on his practice time. Simon Rogers on the hill, he was quickest in practice, 78 miles an hour under the bridge, a pretty impressive time. And he topped that 46.58. I think is the last of the Cheltenhams. He goes under, and a 42.35, marginally slower than his practice time, but still well ahead of the other cars in the class. But that should complete the timed runs, I believe, and we should then be able to enjoy our first of 2 top 12 runoffs. So first 12 cars lining up then for the top 12 run. I should look at like this, and they go in reverse order based on the times that they set in the first timed runs. And so the first car on the hill should be 160, Anthony Hunt, who did a 41.09, followed by Peter Tatham, 109 with a 40.91. Then it's 861 Simon Andrews, it did a 41.08. 860 Terry Graves, 40.54. 111 Rob Clark, 40.45. 809 Dave Tatham, 40.44. Then it's 117 Clive Austin, 40.23. 134 John Stockley with a 39.84. Then it's 151 Calvin Broad, 39.03. 132 Darren Gumley did a 38.91. 145 Jonathan Varley did a 37.86. And then it is 167 Matthew Ryder, who did a 36.66. So not surprisingly, it is all single seaters in the run, I think, but running in different classes as well. Not all from the largest engine class. First car we should see out then is the Gould DJ55XD with that Indy car, 2.65 litre engine. So this break opportunity for a little bit of car recovery work to take place up at the S's. And, as you'll see, it's one of the Caterhams that's being recovered. I'll quick pick up the number there on that car at the moment. Let's see. Not quite, unfortunately, but Caterham being brought back down the hill, and then we should be able to get this top 12 runoff underway. You can see the some of the cars at least that will be participating in that runoff there. And Bill being booked some of the other seaters there certainly. So we see the hill in just a moment.
Right, Clarky, for the honour of Empire.
drivers already strapped in and ready for their runs. The first two cars, in case you're wondering why the times aren't exactly in descending order to where the fastest car comes last, which it does, but the first two cars are out of order, as it were, because they're two driver cars. So they get two driver cars out first, and the second drivers will get their runs in as well.
This is the only one who wants to go anywhere near this. The thing is, how do
Matthew Ryder, the quickest time in the first time runs with that 36.66 was also fastest time of the day yesterday as well at the club meeting which happened here at Prescott yesterday. So Clark of the course making her way down the hill, and then I think the red flags will be going in as she passes each marshal's point, and then we will be able to get the action started. So the call goes out for the first car to come out to the start line to get this first top 12 runoff of the day underway. Open. You should see it. It is indeed the 6-0 machine coming out of the paddock. Up to the line in just a moment. It's a Gould DJ55 XD.
Walk up the hill.
Second class comes off the tyres. Warms up the tyres. And it is 160. Moves up onto the line, and that is Anthony Hunt. 41.09 on the first run. Let's see what Tony can manage on this run. Car is in position, and the rest in the rise, and away it goes. 89 miles an hour down the bridge. IndyCar powered Gould Seater on again. S's. Time of 40.93, so picking up just a couple of tenths on his previous run. is Pete Tatham. Car number 109. In the OMS Hornet. 14.91 on his first time run, but was only a second quicker than that in its second practice run. Tyres, comes up to the line, it is 109. Tatham. Time to beat so far the 40.93 of Tony Hunt. It's 1070cc OMS Hornet off the line now. 93 miles an hour under the bridge. Round Ittori's. A little bit of time on the first 64 feet. Get the next intermediate time at Pardon, but he's a third of a second quicker as he goes through Pardon. And Tony Hunt, half a second quicker midway into the S's all the time. His gap increasing to thirds of a second there. Drops just very, very slightly at semi, goes up to the finish line and does a 40.35, so just over half a second quicker than Tony Hunt, and obviously quickest at this stage. Next up then it is Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 with a 2.8 litre engine. 89 miles an hour under the bridge, can be better than 18.55 seconds to Tatham is able to do. And in fact he's almost a tenth down on Tatham as he rounds Pardon. That comes in a bit more to 500ths of a second at midway, and then goes up at the S's to over half a second, and nearly 3/4 of a second at semi. So Simon Andrews losing time all the way now by the seams of it, and it drops to third place after that run. So with 3 cars gone, it's Pete Tatham who leads then from 160 Tony Hunt and 861 Simon Andrews. Next up, it is Terry Graves, car number 860. So this car already has gone up the hill, goes in the hands of Tony Hunt. So just a little bit of delay whilst they finish preparing it to bring it out for the second run for the car in this top 12 runoff. Not sure what the delay is. The park of the course, they're keeping a watchful eye on things. I think they're just checking some tyre pressures and things. The Terry is in the car, but still with the helmet to go on. Just strapping himself in to the Gould now. Once again, this is the DJ 55XD with the engine that would probably be more used to in action at Indianapolis, the non-Prescott hill climb, but obviously very effective as the power unit for a hill climb car. The steering wheel just going back on to the car for Terry, which always helps. Straps being tightened up. Need to ensure you are very securely fastened in, of course. Don't want to start getting thrown around the cockpit as you head up the hill. Next is the helmet to go on. He's strapped up. And hopefully then we'll hear the car fire up. Onto the helmet. The crew and second driver Tony Hunt pushing it out to the start line, out to the paddock certainly now, and it should be out on the start line in just a moment. Tony Hunt holding second place at the moment by just 1/100th of a second from third place Simon Andrews. Car is fired up, and some tyre warming takes place. Up to the line then comes Terry Graves in the gold. Cosworth XT motor in the back of the gold. Just pulls the visor down on his helmet. Revs rise. And away he goes. Just down marginally at the 64 feet mark, with the speed 94 miles an hour at the bridge. Around Torres he goes, up the hill to the next checkpoint of Pardon, where he's nearly 1/3 of a second up on the fastest time. Loses a little bit to Midway, though. It's down to 2/10 of a second now, and now he's dropped down more in the S's. He is slower by just over a 10th, and now it goes up to 1/4 of a second at semicircle and heads to the line, and the time is 40.46, which puts him into second place. So still it is 109 Pete Tatham who leads by just 1/10 of a second. On the line now it is 111 Rob Clark in the 998cc Empire Evo, the motorcycle engine Empire. Revs rise, and away goes Rob then. And that is the quickest first we've seen so far. Speed 87 miles an hour. Very out of shape through Orchard, though that could have cost him, and twitched again into Vittori's. Flips up the dust on the inside of Vittori's, and he is just over 1/10 down at Pardon, so losing time about slightly ragged style. 1/4 of a second down now at Midway, and still he's losing time down to very nearly 4/10. Hangs the tail out of the S's. Picks up a couple of hundredths at semicircle, but he is still down on time. He goes up to the finish line, and 40.86 puts him into third place at the moment. So Rob Clark about 4/10 slower than his best time in his first run time. It's Dave Tatham who comes out now in the 8:09 machine. So the OMS Hornet with the 1072cc engine gets underway, and he is now the quickest for the first 64 feet. He does 93 miles an hour under the bridge, almost seems to be lifting a bit of front wheel as he came through water. And Torres he goes, coming up to the first marker, and he is nearly half a second up at Pardon on our current leader. That goes up to 8/10 at midway. A little bit more, just another 300s added to his advantage at the S's, sliding a bit out of the S's, hangs onto the advantage through semicircle, up to the finish line, and over a second quicker, 39.34, moves him into the lead as he finds exactly half a second on his first run time. Next car up then is 117 Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith. At 54cc. He's just lining up on the start line. Has to get under the 40-second mark now. He has to find about about 0.9 of a second, in fact, to match Dave Tatham's time. Yeah, the previous run, Dave is second quicker than Peter Tatham in the same car. So can Clive Austin find 1 second to take the lead? Away he goes. 10th of a second slower to the 64 mark than the leader. Goes through at 87 miles an hour, comes into a Torres. And the right-hander cleanly through there. And on up to Pardon. How is he looking? He's nearly half a second down on the leader at Pardon. Can he gain any of that as he comes on up the hill? At midway it's gone up to 8/10 of a second. And goes up just a couple of hundreds more at the S's. And at semi, it's up another 100th of a second as he comes round semicircle. I don't think he can make that time up now. Goes over the line into 4th place so far with a 40.47. So Clive Austin then in 4th place, 40.47, a 100th of a second slower than Terry Graves in 3rd place as John Stockley in the Force SF goes away very quickly indeed. Speeding on the bridge, not that high, but he's around Vittori's. He's on up to Pardon. He's about a 1/3 of a second down at Pardon on our leader, Dave Tatham. That goes up fractionally more at midway, and loses half a second very nearly between midway and the S's. Hangs on at semicircle, but it's very nearly a full second down, and he moves into 3rd place with a 40.43. That's John Stockley, car 134. Off the line now. John Stockley incidentally missing out on 2nd place by 800ths of a second. And it is of course the same car that lies in 1st and 2nd place as Calvin Broad goes around Torres up to the first checkpoint, and he's 200ths up on the leader, Calvin Broad at Pardon. What can he do at midway? He's 2/10 up now at midway. Loses 500ths to the S's. It's very tight indeed. What can he do? With semi, he's back, finds another 10th of a second. He's 1/4 of a second up now. dash to the finish line, and he moves into the lead by exactly a quarter of a second. So Calvin Broad then, our new leader, with that 39.09, just 600 slower than his first run time. Next up is 132 Darren. Away goes Darren in the 1600cc force. He's quickest to the 64 feet mark, 94 miles an hour at the bridge, quite a good speed. Around the Tories he goes. Up to the first checkpoint where he's nearly half a second up on leader Kelvin Broad. And he extends that advantage by another 100th of a second at midway, and then loses 200ths at the S's. He's still very nearly half a second up. He's now 2/3 of a second up at semicircle. He comes towards the finish line and he takes the lead with a 38.26. He's found about 3/4 of a second on his first timed run. That 38.26. Next car is 145 Jonathan Varley. Away goes Jonathan, looking very rapid indeed. GWR Predator to machine. Tories comes up to the Pardon checkpoint, and he's a quarter second up at Pardon. Loses a couple of hundredths to midway, but that gives up 3 tenths more to the S's. A little bit twitchy coming out of the S's, but that isn't reflecting in his time. 6 tenths up at semicircle. He goes to the finish, and he moves into the lead by very nearly 3/4 of a second with a 37.52. Again, 3 tenths quicker than his first timed run. So our final car in this first top 10 runoff is car 167, Matthew Ryder, in the Gould GR59 4-litre machine. Matthew, who took fastest time of the day yesterday, has been quicker so far today. Off the line he goes, and he's 400th up the 64 foot mark. He goes under the bridge at 94 miles an hour, heads down towards Torres, around the right hand. Never seemingly never ending hairpin corner up to Pardon, where he's half a second up, over 100th, and now he's very nearly a second up at midway. Loses a bit, loses only 1/4 of a second as he comes into the S's, but picks up a bit at semicircle. He's 0.84 up, and when he goes over the line, he's just over a second up to take the first top 12 runoff with that time of 36.49, again quicker than his first timed run. So let's run down to the top 12 then, shall we? It's Matthew Ryder with the 36.49 who takes the top 12 runoff. Second place to Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator with a 37.52, so just over a second difference between first and second. Darren Gumby in the Force, it takes third place with his 38.26 ahead of Calvin Broad in his Force with a 39.09. Then it is in fifth place Dave Tatham in the OMS Hornet with a 39.34. Peter Tatham in the same car with a 40.35 to take sixth place. It's all very close in this part of the top 12, because in seventh place with a 40.43 it's John Stockley. Eighth goes to Terry Graves with a 40.46, and just 100 slower is Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith, who takes ninth place. 10th place it's Rob Clark in the Empire Evo with a 40.86, ahead of 11th place Anthony Hunt in the Gould with a 40.93, and completing the top 12 Simon Andrews in the OMS 23 28, sorry, with a 41.23. So an exciting top 12 runoff there. But Matthew Ryder, ultimately the convincing winner. And we'll have another top 12 run-up very shortly. But before that, we have, of course, the second timed runs for everybody. And for the first part of those timed runs, I shall hand over to my colleague Chris Stewart.
No, there's another run. The whole repeat of everything that's just happened.
Okay, here we go with our second runs, class runs, kicked off by David Garnett in the Renault Clio, 2-litre Renault Clio. They got bigger and bigger numbers. I think they started as 172 and gradually progressed. Whether that was a bigger engine, I don't think it was, but a little bit more speed maybe and smartened them up. But they've been a great success, the Clio Sport, the Renault Sport Clio. And David Garnett is followed by another David Wilson in the Peugeot 205, 1.9 litres. Let's see how David's time compares with his first run. And here's the Peugeot. So David's first run was 55.74, and he's done a 53.14, which is a good improvement. Where are we now? Peugeot into the S's. David Wilson, first run of 50.49, this time a 50.25. It's an improvement. We're watching Isabella Lawrence in her Clio, and Dave Warner in his has taken off from the start line. Both of them doing 61 miles an hour under the bridge. Isabella again, 55.03 first time up. I think she's relatively new to Prescott, 53.56. We're watching the S's again. Dave Warner, been hill climbing for a long time. He's followed by Robin Holden in this much modified and very pretty hardtop Mazda MX-5. Let's keep an eye on Dave Warner's time, 52.39. The good news is that the sun is shining, the track is bone dry. Let's hope it stays that way for these second runs. Robin chucks the MX-5 nicely into the S's. He's followed by Simon Durling in this beautiful little jewel of a car, the Alpine A110 Berlinetta, a famous rally car. Robin Holden's time, 52.32. Almost identical to his first run, which was a 52.37. What can Simon do? I don't have a first run time for Simon Durling. This time it's a 56.5. And here's another silver Clio, this time in the hands of Michael Bowl. That little Alpine was very light, very lightweight, but it was as tough as old boots and put up with a huge amount of punishment on European rallies, but with great success. Jake Wheeler on his way in the Cooper S, and we've got a couple of Porsches coming to the start line, but let's just focus on Michael Bowl in the Clio. The hot hatch Clio's always had rave reviews in the motoring magazines, and he records a 58.5. Jake Wheeler having his first competition event here at Prescott. He practiced yesterday, was his first time up the hill. He was feeling his way, but he's progressively getting quicker. And this time it's a 58.71. Now Ross McDonald in this lovely 2.7 RS replica Porsche, very similar to the famous 2.7 RS Carrera with its little ducktail at the back, and 52.25. But a fearsome car follows him. This is the Cayman with its 3.8 litre engine, mid-engine of course. Slightly more awkward to get to fettle the engine than the 911, whose engine sticks right out of the back. But this is the GT4 version of the Cayman, which is up there with the 911s. 50 seconds exactly for the Cayman, a bit slower than first run. Now an interesting car, the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo, built by Lotus at Hethel in Norfolk, and with the 2-litre Vauxhall engine, actually made for a slightly better cruiser than the Elise on which it was based, a little bit more comfortable, slightly softer suspension. When it was offered in turbocharged form in the Soul Like Hot Cakes, David Meek, 49.79. These guys must have had a dry first run, because times are a little bit slower for some people than their first run. We've got Simon Tarling, 3.6 litre GT3 Porsche. That's what I call the poached egg headlight shape, which wasn't very popular. His time 51.30. Another Porsche, and it's Robert Lancaster Gay in his relatively new acquisition, the 997 GT3 RS. Robert has been hill climbing Porsches for a number of years. And this is probably the fiercest one that he's had. He's had the brakes modified. He wasn't very happy with them to begin with. Let's see, his first run was in the 49s. This one is 48.79. Bit of an improvement. Now Rodney Isles in the lovely Alfa Romeo 4C. Such a nice looking car, beautifully built, but Alfa Romeo issued it with front suspension that gave rather dodgy handling, and so it was pasted in by the road testers, and yet the cure for it was a very simple change of front suspension angle, which Alfa Romeo could have done themselves, but never did. Don't ask me why. 46.93. 46.93. That's okay. Fastest time in this class. That is the fastest time so far. Can John Maycock beat that in this extremely rapid Mazda MX-5? Looks all innocent, doesn't it? My goodness, it's great. So 46.93 for Rodney in the Alfa Romeo. What is John going to do? He could. No, not quite. 47.72. 47.72. Back to Class 1, which currently is led by Robert Wilson in the Peugeot 205. Now we've got Ian Richards sharing the Clio with Dave Garnett, who was the first runner in the second runs this afternoon. His first class run time was 52.23, respectable, but not really challenging the 49 of Robert Wilson in the Peugeot, who is on the hill now. So let's see what Ian does. Yeah, he's not threatening. Robert, 2.16. 2.16. Can Robert Wilson improve on his 49.97? 49.97, under 50 seconds. Good time for a hot hatch on the 205. Maybe the first of the really popular hot hatches. Value of these is shooting up. 49.97, just about the same time as his first run, but it captures the class anyway. Now then, 39, we're in, is the Mini, so we're still in series production cars up to 2 litres. This is a relatively early Cooper S, so I guess it's got the 1.6 litre supercharged engine. Really wide entry into the entry into the exit of the S's. Means he can get on the power pretty early. Let's see what it does for his time. This is Phil Derbyshire, 61.75, 61.75. Now lots of power. The John Dunn's Evo Mitsubishi, masses of power, 4-wheel drive. He leads away in class A3, 4-wheel drive road going series production cars. So of course, now then, why is Roy Stanley? Is that Roy? And what's happened to John Dunn? John Dunn has finished with a 47.44, 47.44. But something's happened to Roy Stanley. Has he been flagged or is the car broken? He's a long-time competitor in Mitsubishi Evos. He's immensely quick. But I suspect transmission problem, so he's coasting backwards. I don't. Yeah, it wasn't flagged. He's got a mechanical problem. We'll see if he can turn left and get back into the paddock through the side gate. Maybe he's lost first and second gears, but he certainly doesn't want to go climb up the bank into the paddock. Waiting on the pre-start line is Alan Mansfield in his very pretty and effective Toyota GR Yaris, another car that's had rave reviews. It's got a huge long waiting list. If you want one, I think you've got to wait to the end of next year. But that's the Toyota GR Yaris. Most of them that I've seen, the production ones, have been white, but this one's in a very attractive metallic dark red. What's happened to Roy? He's coasting back. I hope he can get home, because I guess this car doesn't arrive on a trailer. So he's going to park it on the grass in front of the start line. It's an Evo 5. And it's a pity when a road registered car, which someone has used to get to the meeting, fails and has to be trailed away. Here comes the Yaris in the hands of Alan Mansfield. He was in the 53s, his first timed run. And I have a feeling he's relatively new to Prescott. What's the potential of this car? I should think it maybe struggle to get under the 2.68 start under the bridge at 58. That's okay. And round Orchard. Just mentioned Steve on the camera editor is doing a great job out in all the weathers following these cars. Let's see how Alan gets on in the S's. Comes in nice and quick, neat and tidy, no dramas. Excellent. He's followed by, I said most of them were white, Ian Fido, long-time hill climber in sports racing cars, single-seaters, but now in the circuit pack version of the Yaris. Time for Alan Mansfield of 52.88. What can Ian do? He was a couple of seconds quicker than Alan in his first run. 51.34. James Dockery follows in this very rapid Subaru STI 2000, much modified, flat 4 engine, 2.5 litres, although I think it's 2.5, it might be 2 litres. Very low centre of gravity, of course, with the flat 4 engine. Ian Fido 52.73, quite a lot slower than his first run. What does James Dockery do in the? He does in the Subaru. He does a very good 49.74. He'll be pleased. He's in the 40s, having done a 50.48 first time up. Now Stephen Moore in the Evo 6, 2.3 litres, 600 or so horsepower. Takes him up the hill in a 46.34, just about exactly the same as his first run, fractionally slower. Takes us on to Ray Law, leading off Class B, road-going specialist production cars, so of course is a Caterham Super Sprint. I think with the Vauxhall engine. To be corrected, that probably will be. But Ray, highly experienced, he's showing the Joy Hoyle, records a 49.10, 400ths quicker than the first competition run. Peter Lethbridge is into the S's with his not quite so highly modified Caterham with a 1600 engine. Anthony Sherman leaves the line in his 310R Caterham. Again, 1600. We'll pick him up on the screen very soon. And the time for Peter Lethbridge, 50.66. 50.66. What can Anthony Sherman do while we're looking at Timothy Higgins? 49.69. 49.69. Fractionally slower this time. We're watching Anthony. We've seen Anthony Sherman. This is Tim Higgins. Nice line through the S's. It's a Westfield, not a Caterham. And it approaches. It's done a 51.14. 51.14. Steve Garner's always quick. Another Westfield SEI with the 2-litre, just over 2-litre engine, followed by Andrew Russell drifting the Ginetta through Orchard right on the limit. He knows the car, he knows the hill brilliantly. Good time by Steve Garner, 45.85. That's a good improvement. Let's see what Andrew Russell can do. He did a 50.82 first time up. When I say first time up this time. He's been up this hill hundreds of times. Can he stay in the 40s? No, right, 50.65. Bill Tucker in the Nova, and this is a very rapid Nova. Only 1400cc. Phil has managed to extract a lot of power and really tied the suspension down nice and tight, bounces a bit on the grass after S's, heads for the finish and records the time 48.82, 48.82. Now here's Ian Sargent in the Tigra, which suffered a malady of some sort on its first run. Do you remember it was going really slowly? We didn't really take much notice of his time, which was a late 58. This time I think it's going to be quicker. Maybe I'm wrong. 56.67, 56. 6.7. We're watching the Aston Martin Vantage. The moment in the hands of Andy Fraser. They've had a lot of fun developing this car. As lightweight as you can get. 4.3-litre engine. I think I'm right in saying. The program says 4.7. And a time of 49.70. It's an improvement. 49.70. Now what about Duncan Andrews in his much modified 3.9-litre Cayman? Duncan did a 45.59 on his first run. It's 45.70, so a bit of an improvement. Now this pretty Porsche 911 started life as an ordinary, well I say ordinary, but probably a 911S or something like that, but it's been created as a replica calls itself a replica 911, but it's very much like a 2.7 RS Carrera. 49.69. Peter Turnbull, 997 Cup. Always quick. Immaculate line through the S's. And followed by Joy Hoyle, sharing, of course, with Ray Law. Let's keep an eye on Turnbull's time, 47.25. 47.25. Back a page to Joy Hoyle in 7.50. No dramas. First run in the 40s with a 49.46. This time a 51.19. 51.19. So I think that class has been taken by Steve Garner with his last run of 55.85. Richard Price, number 89, shown this car with Tom Price, so it's a family battle, and it's a good time for Richard, 43.31. That's a good improvement over his practice time. I'm not sure what his first run time was. Who's on his way now? Mark Scott in this amazing Dax Rush 1800cc engine. Not sure if it's four-wheel drive, but a 47.92 is a good improvement again. Philip Cook, always quick. Philip's first run was a 45.54, I think. Maybe that was his run, but he's been in the 45s. This time even quicker, 43.72. 43.72. Ash Mason, record holder. Now, he almost threatened the record on his first run with a 41.29. Wouldn't it be great if he beat his 41.18? Let's keep an eye on it. Ash, no, it's a 42.33. We've got these two interesting cars of Mark Puddle and Martin Watts. First, the RCM Suzuki. Both rear-engined, as far as I remember. Mark did a 46.53. Is the Martin Watts car. 45.74. 45.74. This class is Class F Sports, Libra up to 2 litres, and HillClimb Super Sports class, which is why Robin Nicholson is in it in the Malloch. But for the moment, let's focus on Martin Watts in the Silver Riot, having a riotous time with his 1 litre, maybe Honda Blackbird Farblade engine. 45.18. Doesn't regret. 45.18. Now Robin did a 46.60 on his first run. He used to have a class with a dozen or so of these in the Midlands Championship, and then they all went racing, circuit racing. 45.83 for Robin. Good improvement, but doesn't take the class. Which is won by Martin Watts in the Silver Riot. Sports Libra cars over 2 litres will be coming soon, but in the meantime we go back to the Aston Martin, which Andy Fraser took up the hill in 49.70. Tim's first run was a 49.19, so he's at the moment winning that battle. Well, he's won it already actually, between himself and Andy Fraser. Can he beat his 49.19? Might just, he does indeed, 48.61, 48.61. Have we got a car on the hill? We don't at the moment. We've got a bit of a pause. maybe we haven't got a red flag out, so we're waiting for the next car to come out. It looks like a Caterham, a green one. Is it Tom Price? Richard Price had his, they're sharing this car, did a 43.1. It is Tom Price in the Caterham 71600. Well, it's a Hayabusa engine. Do you remember he had a harmless half spin, I think, at Orchard on his first run? So he'll be keen not to repeat that. Let's see what his start was like. 2.28 is good. Up in the 80s under bridge. No, not quite. 78. Chucks it round Orchard. Past where he spun first time up. Nice apex at Torres. It's a very deceptive corner. You need to take a very late apex there. Richard's time was a 43.31. So to win the family battle, that's what he's got to win. But of course, Ash Mason leads the class with a 41.29. Off the line goes Bob Penrose in the incredible Pilgrim MP92 at a time of 42.37 for Tom Price. Wins the family battle, 42.37, and nearly matches Ash Mason's second time up. Now this incredible 720 horsepower in the Chevy engine, 7.2 litre Chevy engine in this Le Mans type of Pilbeam, but actually this one with carbon fibre tub rather than the space frame chassis that the Le Mans MP92s had, and I think they had 4 litre Judd engines if I remember right. Now then, Robin Johnson, a different Robin Johnson, he hasn't hopped out of the Malaga into the Opel, into the Holden, I beg his pardon. And as far as a slight excursion, and sadly some wheel spin prevented him from getting back up onto the track. So fortunately no damage. He avoided, I think, all the trees, but how embarrassing to go off at the exit to Pardon. It's very easily done. You get the power, you've got lots of power there. Get it down too early and the back steps out and suddenly you're facing trees. Quick replay, no harm done to the driver. Yep, see what happens? It's a shame, he almost got it back, but I think he grounded on the edge of the road. So that's got to be gently reversed out, I guess. Pick his way through all the trees and back down to the paddock. So there'll be a slight pause. So Mike Luck out of luck on that one. So the Holden safely back onto the road. He won't be taking any gravel, so no need for sweeping. He'll gently take it back to the paddock. A failed run, sadly. He won't get a rerun. But the car that followed him up, and I'm not sure, a white car, I didn't see what it was, he will get a rerun, of course. The rule is if your car fails but your rear wheels haven't crossed the start line, then it's not a failed run. You can go get gently wheeled back and have another go. But once your rear wheels have crossed the line, any failure after that is a failure, and that's your lot, as it were. Fascinating car on the line, raises a smile on everybody's face. It's the Mini Evo, which bears the patina, as the antique dealers say, of age and battle. And underneath that so-called mini body, I think it's a mini windscreen just about, and maybe a door handle, but underneath all that lot is a Mitsubishi Evo, four-wheel drive, masses of power. It's a really quick car. And Alan MacDonald, I'm sure, has had a lot of fun building it and now competing in it. And it's quick. He did a 43.66 on his first competition run. So it'll be fun to watch this car. It's a racing car in disguise. Well, a rally car in disguise. I think I'm getting in a muddle because it doesn't really look like either a racing car or a rally car, but we'll watch it off the line because it's very lightweight, it's four-wheel drive, it's got masses of power. Might even get under the 2-second mark. Yeah, wow, that's quick. 1.86, I'm sure, is the quickest first 64 feet we've had today by some margin. Absolutely brilliant. So Alan is chasing after his first run time at 43.66, but he's leading the class by quite a margin already. Neat and tidy through the S's. What happens at semicircle? Not a lot, slightly wide, but okay, and reaches, it's a slightly slower, it's a 44.02. But 43.66 might well take the class. Graham Lokes in this lovely Lola. Powered, as I keep saying, by 3.2 litres of Porsche 911. He wasn't far behind Alan with a 44.53. Can he get quicker than 43.66? He can't. 45.2. Okay. 45.8. Mike Luck in the TVR Chimera. Dramas, and a 45.74, 45.74. Single seaters, double driven, so Pete Tatham takes off in the Hornet, sharing with David. Both of them, I think, got into the runoff, which is quite an achievement. Hoping, of course, to do it again. On the line, Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo. Pete Tatham pulls it out of the S's and over the line in 40.71. 40.71. 2/10 quicker than his first run. We're watching Richard Weaver really enjoying this Empire Evo, getting the hang of it. Tom is a bit quicker at the moment. Tom did a 39.38 in this car to get into the runoff. What can Richard do? He would love for them both to be in the runoff. but I think he's cautious not to risk the car and spoil the chance of Tom having a run. 43.17. 43.17. Rob Clark. Wow! Every inch and a bit of S's. He was in the runoff, and I'm pretty sure will be again with a 41.36. Record. We're in the 1100cc racing car class. Record. Rob Kenrick in the incredible GDR Raptor with a 1 litre BMW engine. Three years ago, 36.97. I don't think that's going to be threatened. But in the meantime, Mark Schlanker finishes with a 41.88. That's a good improvement again. 41.88. Leading the stars at the moment is, of course, Tom Weaver with a 39.38. Nigel Pitt could be a threat. Nigel's first run was a 40, I think, .92. No, I beg its pardon, it's 41.92. It'll be, I think, a similar time. Now it's 41.99. Gavin McLaren rockets off the line, 2.23 and 80 miles an hour exactly under the bridge. Heavy braking and a sensible wide entry into Torres. Gets a fairly late apex, 2/3 of the way around, which is quite right. OMS, of course, built up in Yorkshire by Steve Owen and his team. He's produced well over 100 hill climb cars up there, including the OMS 28, with which won the HillClimb Championship 3 times. So McLaren 44.82. 44.82. Here's Robert Penrose. Watch the hill beam off the line. First run 47.29 as against Dad's 47.82. It's quite a car to grapple with. There's a lot of power there, and so you need to be pretty careful on the throttle, particularly in the exit to corners. It's quite easy, as we saw yesterday, to have a quick snap spin, and Robert fortunately totally undamaged yesterday. But it's 47.35. Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith. Clive really enjoying this car. Still got a few problems with the launch control, but the engine sounds fine now. Clive's got a nice collection of cars. Driver and quick as well. He would love to be in the 30s and isn't quite. 40.07. 40.07. Still is quicker than before. 40.07. Now we've got Caroline Ryder sharing the Van Diemen Ford at 1986 with Alex Coles. We'll see a bit later on. And Carol Nichols in her Nike leaves the start. We'll see her a bit later on. There's a 3-car, 4-driver entry in the Formula Ford class. Let's see how Caroline gets on. Mum, of course, of Matthew Ryder, who won off just now. And she scores a 48.81. 48.81. Les Carroll. Les Buck has taken off in the Frigate Mistral. Cameron Nichols. There's Les. Keep an eye on Cameron Nichols' time. What was her time? First time, a 56.97. And she finishes with a 56.45. What can Les do? Well, it was a 50.29 last time. Could be similar, I think, this time, or maybe even under. No, not quite. 50.05 for Les. 50.05. He'll be cursing himself for not getting into the 40s. Meanwhile, we've got Steve Morgan in the last of our Formula 4s. Paul Jones has taken off in the Hayabusa powered Empire Evo. We'll see that in a second. But meanwhile, Steve Morgan, good time, 49.29. 49.29. But the class is taken by Caroline unless Alex Coles can do something when she comes back to the paddock and he hops in. Paul Jones is going well in the Empire Evo. Would love to get in the runoff. On the borderline perhaps with the 42.02. 42.02. Darren Gumley's always quick. This is Gary Hill. We'll see Darren in a few seconds, but Gary heads for the finishing line. 40.90. No, John Stockley did a 39.84. Who we look at? Darren Gumley did a 39.05 in practice. I'm not sure what his first run was. We'll see if he can match that and take the class. Neat and tidy. S's. Hugs the inside curb. Takes a nice apex on the semicircle. 38.61. 38.61. Could that take the class? We'll see. John Stockton can do anything about that. He did a 39.84. First time up. Horse cars built up in Derbyshire. Looked like a touch of understeer for John round semicircle. 39.38. 39.38. Now then, Robert Capper. We don't know why he slowed right down on his first run. But I'm glad to say the car seems to be in fine fettle now. Needs 38, beat 38.61. Doesn't do it. 40.64. 40.64. Last runner in this class. No, in the previous class. We're going back a bit to 8.09. David Tatham. Sharing, of course, with brother Peter. Both of them in the first runoff. David with a 40.44 is by a small margin the quicker of the two brothers. Will it be under the 40 mark? Yes, 39.34. Great. 39.34. That's a class win for David, unless it is. Unless Tom Weaver can do something about that. He did a He did a 39.38 first run. Do you remember he had to slow down before the finishing line because Robert Cabba's car was stuck. He had to brake heavily. Had a rerun, 39.38. So at the moment, David Tatham's just ahead by 0.04. What can Tom do? Remember, this car is new to him and to his dad, but Tom is really sorting it out. 39.44, 39.44. So it looks like just a win by 0.04 by David Tatham. Terry Davis showing the Trish, of course. And we start class K1 up to 2 litre racing cars, normally aspirated, and I quickly hand over to Peter. Talk to you later. Terry Davis, it's 41.42, 41.42 for Terry. Tony Hunt on his way. Lots of power from the XD. Must be 550-600 horsepower in the GR55 Dual.
Well, thanks once again, Chris. Chris will be back with us for the top 12 runoff at the afternoon. But in the meantime, just picking up 160 Anthony Hunt's time is a 41.14. Meanwhile then, Michael Tregonning continues his way up the hill in the Hillbeam MP88, goes over the line for 44.02. On the hill at the moment, and GWR Predator a little bit twitchy there out of the S's, car 145 to 37.6 on his first class run was a 37.55, so picks up about 3/10 of a second in the GWR Predator. Alex Coles is on the hill in the Van Diemen RF86 1986 Formula 4 1600 engine machine, car 120, and Alex did a 47.08, I believe it was in the first run. Comes through to the S's. On up to semicircle then goes the Van Diemen. Semicircle to the finish line for a time of 48.45, so a bit slower. Slower than his first run. On track at the moment is Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 700cc engine, 150. The time he's looking to better from his first run. In fact, he hasn't got a time for his first run. Whether he didn't record it or whether we failed to jot it down, but he's done a 43.51, which is a couple of seconds better than his second practice run, certainly. Calvin Broad then, 151, sits on the start line in the 1300cc motorcycle engine, Force TA. Calvin did a 39.03 class run. Very good start, 2.02 for 46 feet, 64 feet and 96 miles an hour under the bridge. This is an impressive start to this run for Calvin Broad. He goes up to Pardon. Midway to the S's. Very neat run, but a very quick run as he goes into semicircle. Comes around there and we'll see what time he can do, and it is a 39.14, so dropping just a tenth of a second from his first run. Michael Alexander is in another force. This is a Force PC, again 1300cc, car 154. Did a 42, I believe it was, 0.73 on his opening run. The S's end, just a little bit wide on the exit. The S's up into semicircle as we watch Bernard Kevel, the OMS 28. It's a 43.31 for Richard Alexander, so dropping a little bit of time. Now, as I say, it was 161 Bernard Kevel who was on the hill in that 2.8 litre OMS, looking for better at 41.13 from his first run. Through the S's he goes. Around semicircle, and it's a 41.65 for Bernard, so again dropping around about half a second on his first run. John Cottrell is on the hill now in the Delara, which began life I think as a Formula 3 machine, but it has a 6.5 litre engine in it now. I'm not sure whether that is an IndyCar engine or not. John used it to set, well, it was a 55.10 on his first run. I'm sure he'd be hoping to improve on that as he comes out of Pardon. Into the S's then comes the Delara. And around semicircle. Time as he comes up to the finish line of 53.16. So he has picked up a couple of seconds in fact on that run. Sandra Tomlin is out there now in the Pilbeam MP97 4 litre machine. Sandra's time was 42.88 on the opening run. That fabulous special sand races, 6.5 litres. It really is a very unique looking car, the car of Scott Racing. Sandra Tomlin does a 42.98, so drops just a tenth of a second from her first run. Scott Racing did a 41.71 on the opening runs. And better that as he comes up to the finish line, I think. No, a 42.13 for this second run. And away goes the man who's been setting all the standards so far today. It's Matthew Ryder in the Gould GR59. 94 miles an hour under the bridge, 2.09 seconds to the 64 foot mark, and this is looking like yet another quick run at this early stage. Matthew's time 36.66 on the opening runs. He's already up to semicircle, and round there goes the Gould under the line, and 36.72, so just 600ths of a second slower than his first run there for Matthew. Rob Amscombe is in the 1600cc Empire Evo. Goes at a pretty good speed, 87 miles an hour, a little bit threatening bit through the through Torres. He's up to switch as he exits the left-hander. He comes into the S's. On up to semicircle then goes the Empire. Rob's time on the first run. Well, it's a 42.28 on the second run anyway. Let's find out what his time on the first run was. And it was a 41.54, so he has dropped time on these second runs. Meanwhile, we see Trisha Davis, 141 in the Reynard Formula 3 car, going off the line then. 2.2 seconds to his 4 foot mark, 82 miles an hour under the bridge. 42. That's the car. Let's go back a little bit further. 43.99 on the first run. She better that on this run too. Quickest in her class on the first run, or on the second run rather, Jonathan Varley with 37.55. She's not going to better that time. Can she better her own first run time? She does a 42.80. So she has picked up over a second, 1.2 seconds on that first run. Harry Graves, cool DJ 55XD, this car with the IndyCar engine powering it. 860. Looking to better 46.54 on his opening run. Semicircle comes Terry up to the line, and it's a 39.73. Good time there for Terry. Then we get that beautiful Brabham BT30X 17 by Andy Tippett. Already into the S's. This is looking like a very clean run so far for Andy. Around the semicircle he comes, and we goes at 46.32. Simon Andrews in the 2.8 litre S28 car, 861. 41.08 on his first run. Evanson of 41.13. So that his first run, so there's only 500s between the two drivers of this car. And he comes to the line and does a 40.91. So again, finding some time on that second run, about 40.91. And that completes, I think, the Midland Hillclimb Championship runners' time, second time runs. We'll see some of them back at least for the top 12 runoff a little bit later on. But now we switch to the Cheltenham Championship, the Up to 7 Club. Cheltenham and Up to 7 Club Speed Championship. Paul Boston, 610 is on the hill. He did a 51.70. First time out in this academy car. Designed initially, I think, for a race championship, the academy cars. He comes up to the finishing line and does a 51.75. So just about 500ths of a second slower than his first run. Malcolm Hickey is on the hill now in the 1800cc. Cheltenham 7 car 642. Looking to improve on his 51.72 on his first run. 684 is Sean Elwell in the Cheltenham 7 Superlight. Malcolm Hickey records a 51.06, so he has picked up time from his first run time. Sean Elwell 46.25 on his. first run in the Superlight. Oh, hanging the tail out a bit there as he came around. Semicircle, but there's a 46.30, so 0.05 of a second slower than his first run. This is Stephen Long in the 1600cc machine, 5:05. And Stephen looking to better 56.16. As we watch Ivan Pullin and then Charlie Wilson. Charlie's on the line. This is Ivan Pullin coming out of Ettores. And a 56.22 for Stephen Long. So he drops just a couple of hundredths compared to his first run time. What about Ivan Pullin? He did a 55.74 first time up the hill. Charlie Wilson, meanwhile, car 512 in his 1700 is on the hill. 54.95 then for Ivan Pullin. So he has found about 0.8 of a second improvement over his first run. Charlie Wilson looking to better 56.37 on his first run. 513 there is John Clark in the 1600 TC Caterham 7. 52.06 for Charlie Wilson. Big improvement for Charlie. John Clark there in his Caterham 5.3 for. Well, I don't think he recorded a time, in fact, on the first run, but he's recorded the 52.28 now. Andrew Harris 5.22 is out then. He recorded a 54.45. Running order for the top 12 runoff, which will come after this class complete their runs. So I'll run through that very quickly with you in a moment. As I say, Chris will be back for that. Stephen Nelson going around Pardon, car 5:33. Time for Andrew Harris is a 54.95, so he's dropped about half a second on his first run time. Albert there, 5:37, super sprint. Top 12 will be as follows. It looks like we've only got the 1-2 driver car. There are 2 drivers in one car. 109 Peter Tatham will be out. 861 Simon Andrews. 131 Gary Hill. 135 Robert Capper. 117 Clive Austin. 860 Terry Graves. 134 John Stockley. 809 David Tatham, 151 Cameron Lord, 132 Darren Gunley, 145 John Varley, and 167 Matthew Ryder. So the time for David Nelson was a 48.23, so down a little bit, 0.3 in fact on his first run. Malcolm Calvert at 5:37 did a 49.66. He loses about a quarter of a second on his first run time. And Brian Harriott a 50.04. So he is down very nearly 2 seconds on his first run time. Meanwhile, Graham Wardle is on the hill going into the S's at the moment. 5:43 Graham Wardle did the time on the first run, 49.22. As we see Andrew Willoughby, Caterham 310R rounding Ettores. Graham Wardle does a 48.68, so good improvement there for the 100cc for the 1600cc machine driver. Andrew Willoughby, his first run was a 50.96. Switch to Dan Malkin, 34. This 1800cc machine. We're about to get a time for Andrew Willoughby, and it's a 50.59, so he finds a 4th tenths of a second. And Malkin looking to improve his first run time of 48.36. So we see Rebecca Boston, 510 in her 1600 car, 47.84 for Dan Malkin. So that is an improvement of just about half a second for Dan. Rebecca Boston's first run time. We'll find it in just a moment. It was a 55.10. Rebecca Boston does a 56.03, so not as good as her first run. Smith coming towards the end of his run as we see Paul Collins in the 7 Superlight, and it is a 49.32 for Tony Smith, so he's picked up exactly half a second between his first and second run. This is a straight on there for Paul Collins, but he's able to just reverse back and carry on his way. So I don't think we're going to get any flags out to impact on Samuel Hayter, who's just started his run, but Paul then still on his way up, but unlikely to improve on his first run time, which was a 49.04. There is Samuel Hayter, 1800cc car, and Paul Collins, not surprisingly, with a 55.73, so that moment coming out of Pardon costing him over 5 seconds. Samuel Hayter looking to better 50.60 in the first run. As we see Gillian Elwell in the 2-litre car, 50.10 for Samuel Hayter. He too has improved by exactly half a second. Meanwhile, Gillian Elwell is looking to better 55.75. She goes through the S's on up to semicircle. Behind Gillian is Philip Mathwick in the 7 Road Sport. Red and yellow machine. Gillian's time of 53.20. So she's picked up 2.5 seconds since her practice runs. Meanwhile, Graham Howard in the 1800cc and 7 rounds Pardon. Philip Mathwick does a 48.74. So again, half a second found by Philip compared to his first run. Graham Howard coming to the end of his run. This is Alan Bowler in the 1800cc Road Sport. Graham Howard does a 50.99, so he has dropped over a second compared to his first run. Alan Bowler is looking to improve on a 48.57. So he comes through the S's and on up to semicircle. Ben Williams in the Academy car 5 for 52. Alan Bowler does a 49.96, so he drops over a second compared to his first run. Ben Williams set a first run time, which I'll tell you in just a moment. 48.03 on the first run. He's going into semicircle. We see Robert Jacobs in his 1600 machine car 5.55. 48.18 for Ben, so 1500 slower than his first run. As Robert Jacobs continues his way on the hill. Into the X's now. Very wide on the exit to the S's, goes into semicircle. Lars Loftus was a quick car on the first run. He did a 46.08. Robert Jacobs has done a 47.83. So he drops exactly a third of a second compared to his first run. What about Lars? Can Lars improve a little bit? Which out of the S's goes on into semicircle. Then we see Andy Gorner in the Caterham 420R rounding Ettore is heading on up to Pardon. 46.68 for Lars Loftus, so he's 0.6 slower than his first run. Andy Gorner coming into the S's now. Caterham 420R, very wide on the exit to the S's. Into semicircle, and we see Chris Alston going into Pardon. Caterham Z-Tech Sprint. 51.54 for Andy Gorman. Is about a second and a half down on his previous run. Chris Alston looking to better 48.64. Quite a good time on the first run. Can he improve on that? Here's Chris Whitlow in the 1600 Caterham 473. 48.21, so almost half a second better for Chris Alston. And the 571 car, Chris Whitlow, as I say, on his way up the hill, looking to better 48.53. Michael Sankey in the Superlight 1800 car, 574. And Chris Whitlow does a 47.44, so he's found over a second compared to the time he sat on his first run. Michael Sankey, 574 there, set a 49.26 on his first run. Marvel in the Hayabusa powered Caterham 598. As Michael Sankey does a 48.15, so finding just over a second improvement. So into the S's comes Robert Margle. And 45.60 for Robert, so he has found very nearly a second improvement. The last of the Caterhams on the hill is Simon Rogers, who did a 42.35. Really did dominate this class on the first run. Simon Rogers improved on that 42.35 that he did. Slightly quicker than that in practice with a 42.16. What's he going to the line at? 42.65. So he drops 0.3, but is still quickest of the Caterhams. That, I think, concludes the Caterham class. In a moment or two, we will be moving on to the top 12 runoff. Well, after a great weekend of hill climbing, for myself, Peter Hughes, it is a good evening, but don't go anywhere, because Chris Druitt will be back with us in just a moment to guide us through the top 12 runoff, the climax of the day, and we can see, we can expect to see some of the best driving of the day still to come with this runoff.
we're coming towards our final highlight of the meeting with our top 12 runoff, and on the screen, if you're watching the screen, are our runners. And they're shown in reverse running order on the screen, so I'll just go through them in the order in which they'll run. Kicking off with our 12th qualifier, Peter Tatham. In the OMS, he recorded a qualifying time of 40.71. He'll come back down the hill, well, of course he will, and David will hop into the car. Fortunately, Dave Tatham is 7 or 8 cars later, so plenty of time to turn them round. After Pete Tatham, up will come Simon Andrews. Simon qualified with a 40.91 in the OMS 28. Third runner Gary Hill, OMS 2000M. Not sure if Gary's been in a runoff before, but it's great to see him in the runoff this time. Then Robert Capper. Glad to say the Empire Wraith seems to be restored to life after its rather eventful first competition run, when it struggled to get up the hill and just very slowly beyond the finishing line. But clearly it's been fixed now. He qualified with a 40.64. He's followed by Clive Austin in another identical car, the Empire Wraith. Half a second quicker to qualify with a 40.07. Then will come number 860 Terra Graves in the Gould GR55 with its Cosworth XD engine, qualified with a 39.73. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th runner. 7th runner will be John Stockley. John was in the 39s, as was Terry. Terry qualified with 39.73. John Stockley in the Force SF, number 134, qualified with the 39.38. And in the same class was our next runner, David Tatham, in the OMS. And he was 400ths quicker than John in the class to take the class. And then ninth runner will be Kelvin Broad. Great qualifying run of 39.14. 10th runner will be Darren Gumley. Both of them in Force TAs. And Darren was in the 38s with a 38.61. Then our last two runners, Jonathan Varley in the amazing GWR Predator. Talk a little bit more about that in a second or two. 37.55. And then, as before, our fastest qualifier was Matthew Ryder in the Gould with a heroic time of 36.72. But remember, Matthew is running on very old tyres. He's got away with it, but that car in the hands of Sean Gould got the record here, held the record for about a year with a 35, and then Wallace Mingus snatched it back at the end of the season with an incredible run to set our current record. One difference in the runoff from the class runs is that we only have one car on the hill at a time, so we don't set off the following car until the one in front has finished. I was going to talk to you about Jonathan Varley's Predator, which was a unique car built by Graham Wright Jr. up in Scotland to have an Arrows Formula One engine. Was that a V8 or a V12? A V8, I think, but it wasn't terribly successful in Formula One, and poor Jonathan had a real struggle. Poor old Graham had a real struggle in the Predator. It was neither a V12 or a V8, it was a V10, my resident expert tells me. So it was quite a big engine to pop into the Predator, and unfortunately it was matched with a gearbox that it didn't agree with. And so we saw it occasionally and it made a lovely noise, but Graham had a nightmare getting it off the line, and in the end gave up and concentrated on making the Raptors. And Jonathan Varley was discussing what to buy with Graham, and there was the Predator sitting in the corner, and he said, well, why don't you have that? And indeed, Jonathan got this lovely Terry Graves engine, squeezed it in, well, Graham squeezed it in, and the rest is history, and a very good history too. Now, Peter Tatham, our first runner, brings the OMS Hornet with its 1070cc engine up to the line. It's great that Peter is having success. He had a horrible start to the season when his own car caught fire quite dramatically. So his speed 92 at bridge, chucks it into Ed Torres, and a little bit of downhill, then swoops up, heavy braking into Pardon. Ticks away. We'll get, later on we get into intermediate times. In the meantime, into the S's, 34, and it's a 40.30 for Peter. So Peter will come down and hand the car to brother Dave. Simon Andrews to the line in the OMS 28. Almost bogged the engine down, but got away with it. A little bit slower off the line than Pete. And his speed was 89 at that bridge. Applies all the power, but he's quarter of a second off the pace of Pete at Pardon Midway, 3/10 of a second. S is 26.65. He's dropping a little bit behind, now half a second at semicircle, and it's a 40.66. So Simon in second place. Gary Hill takes off in the 1400cc OMS 2000. 0.1 of a second slower to 64 feet than Pete. I missed the speed at bridge. We'll pick up where he's placed. No, he's dropped a bit, 1.29 off the pace at Pardon. No, he's slipping further and further behind. Don't forget that Pete Tatham ran slightly out of order according to his qualifying time, because of course it's a double-driven car. So over the finish comes Gary Hill in a 42.10. Gary Hill currently in third place. To the line comes Robert Capper. Good to see the car going well. Qualified with a 40.64. Wouldn't he love to be in the 39s or even in the 30s of any sort? Good start, quickest start of the the bunch so far, and speed 94, that's really quick at the bridge. Speed trap. Touch of understeer around to Torres, but got round fine. Into Pardon, he's half a second ahead. This might pop him into the lead. I don't want to put the commentator's curse. No, he's dropped quarter of a second. Midway, he's S is at 26.6. He's dropped a little bit more at the semicircle. I hope the car isn't suffering. So it's a 40.77, which puts Robert into third place. Next to come, Clive Austin, number 117, qualified with 40.07. Here he comes, spins the rear wheels, gets the Pirelli rear tires nice and warm. What will he do off the line? Well, we'll see in just a second. Good to see Clive in the runoff after all the difficulties he's had with this car. Lots of revs and a nice 2.01 start. His quickest of the gang so far. Speed 90 miles an hour into Orchard. Gets the Entoris apex a little bit early, but up into Pardon. Keeps his lead, extends it slightly, 0.14 ahead at Pardon. And at Midway, consolidates it, he's scored a second. What happens in S's? He's quickest of all so far through the S's. 0.3 of a second up at the moment, and it's a 39.93. Great, he'll be thrilled. Clive Austin into first place. Up comes Terry Graves. He's got lots of power. It's a heavier car than the new lightweight generations, GR55 Gould. He lost the engine cover at Cheltenham. It flew off and it hasn't been replaced, but that keeps the Cosworth engine nice and cool. Cosworth XD. IndyCar engine, great start, 2.29, speed 98. See how he goes in Tories, no problems, up to Pardon. He's ahead by 17 hundredths. Did he have a little bit of a hiccup? No, he's consolidated it. Nearly 0.3 up at Midway. Dropped a little bit in the S's. Got it back again at semicircle. 39.35, first place, 39.35. John Stockley on his way. Good start, 2.01. Now, what can John Stockley do in the Force SF? Well, he's up at the moment by 100th of a second at Pardon. Might be slipping down. No, 1700ths at Midway. 28.5 seconds into the S's. Now he's dropped a bit, and to drop it a little bit more. 0.2 at semicircle. 39.69, 39.69, second. No disgrace at all for John to get into second place, and he'll be thrilled with a 39.69. Qualified with a 39.38. Now Dave, off he goes. Brother Pete did a 40.3. Good quick start. 93 round Orchard. Okay at a Tories. What happens at Pardon? We shall see. Lost his lead a fraction. Slightly oversteering moment out of Pardon. 900ths of Midway. Now into the S's. He's got a bit of it back. 0.3 of a second. Real slight rushing it through S's semicircle. And he gets into first place. Brilliant with a 39.17. 39.7. That's not bad for a little car. Kelvin Braun's been performing extremely well this weekend. Pretty competitive start. 99 through the track. 900ths behind Pardon. Got it back at S's. Dropped it again at S's. Semi's got it back again. Gosh, it's close, isn't it? Incredible. And it records a 39.06, takes the lead. Well done, Kelvin. Fantastic. Now then, Darren Gunley. Force TA. Quickest start so far. Quicker than the leader by 500ths. Speed 94. Heavy braking. Shakes the front wing into Tories. 0.2 quicker so far at Pardon. Can Darren Gunley snatch the lead from Kelvin Broad? Well, it's still 0.3 up at the S's. Rushes it into semicircle. Hugs the inside bank, and he's into first place with a 38.42. Jonathan Varley in the Little Predator, he's had a great weekend. He's in the 37s, qualified with the 37.55. Can he get into the 36s? He's a little bit off at 64 feet, but he'll snatch it back, I think, at Pardon. Let's have a look. Yes, he has indeed by 1700ths. Midway. Ooh, it's down to 200ths. What can Jonathan do? Got it back a bit at the S's. And got it back more at semicircle. This might take him into the lead. It does with a 37.83. Fantastic. Well done, Jonathan. Now then, Matthew Ryder, 37.83 to beat. Well, he qualified with a 36.72 in the fabulous Gould GR59. This car's been timed 0 to 185 in just under 8 seconds, so it's a quick car, you could say. 4-litre Judd engine. Yes, nicely off the line, minimum of wheel spin, considerably quicker than our current leader off the line, and 95 again at Orchard. Gets taillight nicely at Ed Torres. What's the midway position? Yeah, really good. 0.89 at Pardon. S is much more, 1.34. Striding ahead. Can he keep it up for the rest of the hill? He's certainly nicely around the S's, 1.36 quickest. And it's going to be a 36.54. Matthew wins the runoff, 36.54, which is quicker than his qualifying time of 36.72. A great runoff, progressively, as it always does, as it should do, gets quicker and quicker. And there we are on the screen. In first place, Matthew Ryder, 36.54. Just behind is Jonathan Varley in the Predator, 37.83. Third, Darren Gumley, 38.42. Fourth, Kelvin Broad, 39.06. Fifth, David Tatham, 39.17. Sixth, Terry Graves in the Gould, 39.35. Seventh, John Stockley, 39.69. Eighth, Clive Austin, 39.93. And then in the 40s come ninth, Peter Tatham with a 40.30. 10th, Simon Andrews, 40.66. 11th, Robert Capper, 40.77. And 12th, Gary Hill with a good run of 42.1. Wow, that's been quite a runoff, and it's been quite a meeting. We're through by 5:15, which is pretty good. There have been some hairy moments, there have been some mechanical problems, but all in all, it's been a really smooth run meeting, which means congratulations to our organising team, both in the office and up here on the start line, and to our timekeepers. But most of all, also, as always, to our marshals, who have done a fantastic job. They've had a certain amount of hard work to do, but they've done it fine. And we've got a Tour d'Honneur, Climb of Honour by Matthew Ryder. He's a star, well, I was going to say he's a star of the future. He's a star already. He's won British Hillclimb Champion runoff already, and there will no doubt be more to come. Later in the season, he's going to be sharing this car with Sean Gould, and that's going to be really interesting, the competition between those two. Matthew is a hard charger and young. He's got plenty of time in front of him. But he's already in one of the start cars. And I can't tell you at the moment where he stands in the British Hillclimb Championship, but he's up there fighting with Alex Summers, with all the top runners in the championship. Wallace Mingus is fighting with Alex. So a great day's hill climbing by all competitors. Thank you, all of you. Thanks to my co-commentator Peter Hughes, and thank you for watching, whether you're here in person or online. We love the messages we've had from all over the world. Keep them coming. We will be live streaming from Prescott again in the first weekend of August, the famous Vintage Sports Car Club meeting here, which is always a mammoth event. Some people spend the whole weekend in the car parks because there are so many lovely vintage cars to see, but there's plenty of action on the hill, and plenty of champagne gets drunk on Silver Ghost running boards. So that's something to look forward in a couple of weeks' time. Meanwhile, this is Chris Druitt saying thanks for watching, have a good, safe journey home, and we'll see you here for hopefully for the vintage meeting, if not in early September for the British Hillclimb Championship, when all the top runners will be back here. Let's pray for a nice day in September and in August indeed, although lots of people are crying for rain. We don't want it at the weekends. Let's have rain midweek. Safe journey home, and we'll talk to you when we next meet up. Good night.
Thank you.